Chapter 272. After changing into the robes prepared by the Yu family, Qin Yu pushed open the door. The eyes of the maid guarding outside brightened. She thought that this robe was a good match for the Lord. Yu Yuanming hadn't arrived yet, so there were likely many things he wanted to ask Yu Qi. Qin Yu sat down in the pavilion. Without needing to order anything, the maids began to serve him refreshments and tea. He didn't eat the refreshments, but the tea was good tea. The fragrance lingered in his mouth, making him feel refreshed. Even the magic power circulating within his body became a little more lively. It was obvious that this tea was extraordinary. For them to casually serve this spirit tea to guests, one reason was because the Yu family had a deep background, but the more important reason was because there were many heavenly materials in the land of divinity and demons. With rich heaven and earth spiritual strength, there would naturally be more treasures born. This was obvious. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. With the little blue lamp in hand, the more heaven and earth treasures there were, the more lucky chances there would be. Once he stabilized his footing in the land of divinity and demons, he would be able to attempt alchemy. At this time, there was a knock on the courtyard doors. Qin Yu regained his composure and nodded to the maid beside him. He stood up and walked out. But the person outside wasn't Yu Yuanming or Yu Qi, but a woman he didn't recognize. She didn't wear any makeup, but her soft and tender skin was the best form of decoration. She was incomparably beautiful. Seeing Qin Yu, her face blushed red. She bowed and said, "Yu Xiuxiu greets honored guest. I shouldn't disturb your rest, but a little beast I raise seems to have run in. It is injured, so I had no choice but to disturb you. I hope honored guest can forgive me." Qin Yu cupped his hands across his chest. "It's no problem. Miss, please come in and look for it." Yu Xiuxiu revealed a grateful expression. "Thank you, honored guest." She stepped in and took out a jade flute. Soft notes flew out from it, fluttering in the breeze. Her hair and skirt fluttered in the wind, like a beautiful painting. Qin Yu revealed a look of appreciation. The land of divinity and demons was truly a land of great heroes. Even a random woman could have such a moving appearance. Yu Xiuxiu seemed to sense Qin Yu's gaze. She blushed and lowered her head, a trace of satisfaction in her eyes. After some time, there was a rustling sound and a small snow-white beast ran out from somewhere. It was limping, it was indeed injured. Yu Xiuxiu was pleasantly surprised. "Little white." Then, he puffed up his cheeks and said fiercely, "You little thing, you're still running around when you're injured. If you dare to do this again, I'll teach you a lesson." As she finished speaking, she seemed to think of Qin Yu and her face flushed red. Qin Yu smiled, not saying anything. The sound of footsteps came from the courtyard gate. Yu Qi's expression was light as she walked in. But when she saw the situation in the courtyard, her face stiffened and then became cold. Yu Xiuxiu turned around, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. "Big sister Yu Qi, you really came back. I'm so happy." While saying that, he quickly walked over, wanting to grab Yu Qi's hand, but she dodged his hand. His smiling face could not help but slightly falter. Yu Qi coldly said, "I dare not trouble younger sister to worry about me, I am very well." A trace of panic flashed across Yu Xiuxiu's eyes. "What's wrong, sister?" Yu Qi sucked in a deep breath. "Little sister knows in her heart, there is no need for me to say more." Glancing at the little beast in her arms, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. "I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still the same as before. You'd better change in the future, lest this little thing suffers too much." As he finished speaking, he ignored Yu Xiuxiu's stiff expression and directly said, "Qin Yu, uncle is waiting for you." He turned and walked away. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He cupped his hands together towards Yu Xiuxiu and followed. The courtyard immediately fell silent. In Yu Xiuxiu's arms, the little snow-white beast suddenly cried out pitifully. But it didn't dare to struggle. Its body shivered. Its injured leg had already been broken. Yu Xiuxiu lowered her head, her eyes gentle as she looked at it. She let go of its hand and gently stroked its fur. Why are you always so disobedient? Why do you make me feel so disgusted? She walked out, her voice light. Just now, none of you saw anything or heard anything. The maids and servants in the courtyard all fell to their knees. They trembled as they said, "Yes, Miss Shioshio." Chinyu caught up to Yuchi. He glanced at her icy cold expression. "What, do you have some grudge with this Yu family, miss? You didn't even give her any face and swung at her." Yuchi ruthlessly glared at him. "Do you feel sorry for her?" Chinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why would I feel sorry for her? I don't even know her." Yuchi coldly snorted. After several breaths of silence, she said, "From now on, you had best stay far away from her." She hesitated for a moment and continued to say, "Although I don't have concrete evidence, when I was convicted and nearly died after entering the land of sealed demons, I'm afraid that was all the work of my sweet and gentle little sister." Her face was expressionless, but a cold light shined in her eyes. Chinyu frowned. He nodded. "I understand." For some unknown reason, Yuchi relaxed upon hearing Chinyu's reply. She hurriedly said, "All right, let's go. There are many people waiting for you." Soon, they saw Yu Yuanming. This divine soul realm master was clearly much closer to Chinyu. He patted Chinyu's shoulder and glanced at Yuchi. He had an expression that said, "We're on the same side, so there's no need to be polite." This left Chinyu puzzled. He turned to look at Yuchi, but she had her head lowered like an ostrich. Within the Yu family's main hall, the grand banquet had already been prepared. A magnificent crystal chandelier illuminated the entire hall. Behind nearly 100 tables, all the important figures of the Yu family were gathered. When Yu Yuanming brought Chinyu into the main hall, a loud laugh echoed out. "Nephew Chinyu, you've made me wait for a long time. Now you'll have to drink as punishment." The one who laughed wore purple robes and his hair was neatly combed. His expression was friendly, but the aura he emitted caused Chinyu's heart to skip a beat. Like an abyss, limitless and endless, Chinyu was able to sense a little of Yu Yuanming's strength, but facing this person, he had no idea just how deep he was. It was like a great sea facing him. Yu Yuanming smiled. "Chinyu, this is my Yu family's patriarch, Yu Yuanhu." Chinyu gathered his thoughts and respectfully bowed. "Chinyu greets the patriarch." Yu Yuanhu didn't stop him and accepted his bow. "Haha, to be able to receive a bow from nephew today, perhaps in the years to come, this will be something I can brag about to others. Nephew, come and have a taste of my Yu family's dishes and wine. Let's see whether or not they suit your taste." Chinyu's seat was extremely close to the front, just to the left of Yu Yuanhu. Behind several tables nearby, Yu family masters smiled and nodded. The atmosphere of the entire banquet was harmonious. Chinyu became acquainted with many Yu family cultivators, and there was no need to mention the taste of the food and wine. From start to finish, no one mentioned anything other than eating, drinking, and playing. This surprised Chinyu, but he soon suppressed these thoughts. Since the Yu family wasn't in a hurry, he naturally wasn't in a hurry either. He could take advantage of this chance to adapt to life in the land of divinity and demons as soon as possible. Everyone dispersed. After politely declining the beautiful female cultivator that Yu Yuanhu sent him, Chinyu bid his farewells and left. Yuchi brought him back to his residence. She lightly coughed. "At least you have some self-awareness. You didn't accept the beauty that the patriarch sent you, otherwise others will surely look down on you. In this world, there is no such thing as a powerhouse that is greedy for beauty." Chinyu revealed a helpless expression. "In your eyes, am I such a person?" Yuchi curled her lips. "That's hard to say." Her words were filled with mockery, but she was secretly happy in her heart. After all, the beauty that the patriarch sent out was a woman that cultivated exquisite charm technique. Just now, many people in the hall had been staring at her, but Chinyu's complexion hadn't changed at all. It was clear he was feeling very calm. Humph, what am I happy for? This fellow is definitely being so honest because of Ning Ling. Thinking of this, Yu Qi's mood turned for the worse. She fiercely glared at Qin Yu and quickened her step. This was inexplicable. What the hell was going on? Qin Yu shook his head and followed behind. For the next several days, Qin Yu lived a comfortable life. The entire Yu family treated him as an honored guest and entertained him in an endless stream. Because of this, he gradually gained a greater understanding of the land of divinity and demons. Although he hadn't touched upon the higher levels, he was already familiar with the basic necessities of life. And after understanding all of this, Qin Yu finally understood that the land of divinity and demons was far too different from the world he came from. In the Sea region and the Gold noble family, cultivation products that could allow long-distance calls had long since become common. Moreover, they were so new that it was hard to accept them. What Qin Yu held in his hand was a transparent crystal that was half a finger thick and the size of an adult's palm. In the land of divinity and demons, it was called a handphone, and was explained as a treasure that could communicate with one another. Well, this explanation was a bit far-fetched, but who knew what was going on? It was called a handphone. Not only could this thing make calls, but it could also pass through an array formation and receive signals from signal towers, transforming them into all sorts of things. For instance, the storytelling scenes that Qin Yu saw in the bathroom were called TV series. They were specially filmed by cultivators, and as soon as they appeared they became popular in the various countries. The main characters in the TV series would attract countless fans and be praised and chased by countless cultivators. In particular, there were some women who successfully married into rich and powerful families, turning from sparrows into phoenixes. Because of this, they attracted even more beautiful women to throw themselves into the TV series. This caused the TV series to explode, and this chain reaction attracted even more viewers. Of course, there were many other things. Qin Yu felt as if his brain wasn't enough to process them all. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The cultivators of the land of divinity and demons really knew how to play around. He felt that it would take him a bit more time to adapt to the land of divinity and demons than he expected. Ding ding ding, the handphone emitted a pleasant sound. The screen lit up, revealing Yu Qi's image. This was a function that only appeared after the two of them exchanged numbers. He placed the phone next to his ear and Yu Qi's voice sounded out. Qin Yu, prepare yourself. Tomorrow the clan will open a talent test for you. Talent test? Yu Qi revealed a look of surprise. Have you never gone through one before? Although the land of exiles is barren and barren, there are still methods to roughly assess a cultivator's talent. Qin Yu fell silent. Could he say that when he joined the Eastern Mountain sect, he was immediately kicked out and became an outer court disciple that did odd jobs and didn't even have the qualifications to undergo a talent test? However, even if he hadn't experienced it, Qin Yu was well aware that his talent was absolutely trash. The difficult process of breaking into Golden Core in the past was still vivid in his mind. Sensing his silence, Yu Qi's voice became dignified. What problem do you have? Qin Yu thought for a moment. Tell me, why do I need to undergo a talent test? The call was hung up. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. Soon, there was a knock on the courtyard doors and Yu Qi hurried in. After sending away the miscellaneous people, she went straight to the point. Qin Yu, is there a problem with your talent? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. This woman was truly smart. There was no way to hide this matter, so he nodded and admitted it. Yu Qi frowned. How could it be like this? She really couldn't figure it out. In the barren cultivation environment of the land of exiles, if one didn't have an extreme talent, it would be extremely difficult to reach Golden Core, much less nascent soul. Moreover, what Qin Yu cultivated was a heaven-defying cultivation method like the 5-element sword diagram. Qin Yu felt his hairs stand on end as he was stared at by her. He wryly smiled and said, "Maybe my luck is a bit better." Yuqi's heart sank. Just how is your talent? It should be a bit worse. Fine, these words were definitely giving him face. You call it a bit worse? It was simply worse to the end. Yuqi was silent for a long time. Then, she revealed a bitter expression. If that's the case, then things are really bad. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. What? Could it be that your Yu family has the ability to control my talent? Yuqi shook her head. If you are as they expect and possess astonishing talent, then the Yu family will only be closer to you. They will even disregard any price to draw closer to you. On the other hand, if your talent doesn't satisfy them, I can guarantee that they will fall out with you. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. You are also surnamed Yu, shut up. Is this the time to be thinking about such things? Yuqi angrily said, your talent isn't good. In the eyes of the Yu family, you have no value at all. Have you ever thought about the result? Yuqi hesitated. She clenched her teeth and said, Qin Yu, prepare yourself. If anything goes wrong, immediately escape from the Yu family. Qin Yu revealed a dignified expression. Will things reach this step? After all, I am a nascent soul cultivator and my true cultivation isn't too far away from the divine soul realm. Yuqi bitterly smiled. You don't understand. The land of divinity and demons doesn't lack masters, what it lacks are geniuses. Moreover, you have cultivated the demon body. I also hope that I am overthinking things. The next day, Yu Yuanming personally knocked on the door, a friendly smile still on his face. It seemed that Yuqi hadn't told him anything. Or perhaps, she still held some hope towards Qin Yu's talent. Are you ready? Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Yu Yuanming smiled. Don't be nervous. This is just a simple test. With your talent, there shouldn't be any problems. Hearing this, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He thought that there wouldn't be any problems at all. Once the test was over, they would understand. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of escaping from the Yu family ahead of time, but he was the center of attention right now. Perhaps it was because he valued the guards that were sent here, but now they had become shackles. Even if he wanted to escape, he didn't have the chance. He could only take things one step at a time and hope that things wouldn't develop to the point that Yuqi spoke of. In a grand hall of the Yu family, there was a 9-level crystal pagoda. Sunlight shined down from the ceiling, sprinkling down onto the crystal pagoda, causing it to reflect a dazzling light. Yu Yuanming walked to the side, revealing Qin Yu behind him. In that instant, all eyes gathered on him. Yu Yuanhu laughed. Nephew Qin, today you will broaden my horizons and let the juniors of the Yu family know what it means to say that there is always someone better out there. The Yu family juniors all revealed looks of indignation. But, the cultivators of the land of exiles not only cultivated the demon body, but also had a nascent soul cultivation. Thinking about this, they were secretly shocked and didn't dare to underestimate them. In the crowd, Yuqi revealed a bit of anxiety. But, she didn't dare to reveal it on the surface. Although she had obtained bad news from Qin Yu's mouth, what if he was belittling himself? Chapter 273. In the land of divinity and demons, the 9-level crystal pagoda had a widely spread nickname, Heaven and Earth Stabilizing. Among the many aptitude testing treasures, it was publicly acknowledged to be the most sensitive. It could fairly judge a cultivator's aptitude, and the possibility of a deviation was negligible. Once tested, one's aptitude would be clearly displayed, and one's future achievements would be known. This was why it was known as the Heaven and Earth Test. This treasure wasn't easy to create. Even in the land of divinity and demons, it could be called incomparably precious. Although the southern Overwatch Pass was large, there were only 3 9-level crystal pagodas. One was in the army, and it was specifically used to test soldiers. Outsiders could not come into contact with it at all. The other was the supreme inherited treasure of the Southern Overwatch Pass No. 1 noble family. Unless one had a close relationship with it, it was difficult to borrow it. Only the third was managed by the largest merchant association in the southern Overwatch Pass. The Yu family had paid a great price to obtain the right to use it for a short period of time. Yu Yuanhu revealed a dignified expression, anticipation shining deep in his eyes. To be able to cultivate the demon body in the land of exiles and even reach nascent soul, his talent absolutely couldn't be underestimated. If the Yu family could win him over, they wouldn't have to worry about anything for the next 1,000 years. This was an important matter that involved the family's inheritance, so he naturally had to be extremely cautious. He didn't want any accidents to happen. After several breaths of silence, the first level of the 9-level crystal pagoda began to slowly light up. Faint traces of light gathered within the crystal, becoming brighter and brighter. But this lighting speed was a bit too slow. There was no need to mention the juniors of the Yu family, but the high-level figures of the Yu family had all seen the scene of the 9-level crystal pagoda's test. Those young geniuses that had the qualifications to use faltering the universe had all advanced by leaps and bounds, instantly lighting up several levels. Could it be that Qin Yu was accumulating his strength in preparation to rush towards the peak in one go? With these thoughts in mind, the high-level figures of the Yu family glanced at each other and restrained their thoughts. Time passed bit by bit. Only the first floor of the 9-story crystal pagoda was lit up. Although the light continued to grow stronger, it was obvious that the speed was starting to slow down. The main hall was silent. All the Yu family cultivators had bewildered expressions. It was clear that they felt something was wrong. Yu Qi bitterly smiled. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, is this what you meant by his talent being poor? In the land of divinity and demons, cultivators below the 4th level had nearly no value in raising them. Even if they stepped onto the road of cultivation, golden core was their limit. The 5th to 7th levels could be considered ordinary, and the nascent soul Great Tao was within reach. Geniuses of the 8th layer and above would receive the greatest amount of resources and nurture. Their future achievements would be limitless, and they might even be able to shake the world one day. Only one layer was lit perhaps, since the birth of the 9-story crystal pagoda. This was the first time such a shocking result had occurred. After a long period of silence, even the air seemed to become stagnant. Up above, Yu Yuanhu coughed, breaking the silence. It looks like we disturbed the operation of the crystal pagoda while we were transporting it. He flicked his sleeves and several Yu family cultivators rushed over, their foreheads beaded with sweat. At such a crucial moment, they made such a low-level mistake. They were very clear that if they did not resolve the matter cleanly, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. The Yu family cultivators all had strange expressions on their faces. When they heard this, they let out sighs of relief, and a look of understanding appeared in their eyes. This was more like it. This was the genius that the family had been waiting for, the future formidable support of the Yu family. How could he only have the qualifications to light up the 1st level? It must be said that people with excellent aptitude were rare, and those with terrible aptitude were also rare. At the very least, in the several generations of the Yu family, besides a few innately born losers, no one had ever heard of such a low standard in the talent test. Several Yu family cultivators quickly inspected the place. The leader's face grew increasingly pale and sweat poured down his face. The others also widened their eyes in astonishment, not knowing what to do. Yu Yuanhu furrowed his eyebrows. He asked, "What happened?" The 9-level crystal pagoda was incomparably precious, and it had been delivered in perfect condition. If it was damaged in the Yu family, the compensation alone would not be a small amount. Reporting to Patriarch. The 9-level crystal pagoda, what is it? The Yu family cultivator shivered in fright and nearly cried. It is operating normally. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they understood the meaning behind these words. Their eyes widened. Yu Yuanhu shouted out loud, "What nonsense! Nephew Qin Yu's test results are right in front of us. So how could the 9-level crystal pagoda possibly be operating normally? I don't know. The person really wanted to cry. He clenched his teeth and said, "If Patriarch does not believe me, then let someone else try." Below, a high-level Yu family member said, "Patriarch, it's good to try." Yu Yuanhu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Soon, a Yu family youth walked into the hall. He was 12 to 13 years old. To suddenly arrive at such a grand occasion, he had an indescribably nervous expression on his face. He knelt down and respectfully bowed. "Yu Donglin, you just completed your talent test 3 days ago. Today, we will use the 9-level crystal pagoda to confirm it again. Go." "Yes, Patriarch." Yu Donglin carefully walked to the bottom of the 9-level crystal pagoda and reached out a hand. Shwar bright light appeared, quickly filling the first level. Then the second level, the third level, finally, it stopped at the 6th level. This proved that Yu Donglin could only be considered an average person. But no one had the mind to pay attention to this anymore. "How is this possible?" The person who brought Yu Donglin in cried out in alarm, his face full of shock. Countless people felt their hearts skip a beat. Yu Yuanhu took a deep breath. What was the result? "Patriarch, Yu Donglin tested 3 days ago. The result was similar to this one." Whoosh! Within the hall, there was an uproar. Yu Yuanhu frowned. He slowly said, "Find another person." A second Yu family junior entered the hall. The result was obvious. At this time, everyone's eyes gathered on him, filled with disbelief. The Yu family had treated him as an honored guest, a peerless genius that would help them in the future, a future genius of the demonic path, actually only had a 1st-level talent. What kind of joke was this? Yu Yuanhu was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he forced out a smile and said, "Nephew Qin Yu, it seems that my Yu family didn't make sufficient preparations. You should go back and rest first. I will carefully inspect you before speaking again." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He cupped his hands together and left. After returning to his residence, he soon discovered that the maids and servants in the courtyard all had strange expressions on their faces. It was clear they already knew the results of the test. Then, Qin Yu discovered that with his courtyard as the center, the vigilance around him had quietly increased by a great deal. In particular, there were several powerful auras. If it weren't for his soul being powerful enough, it would have been nearly impossible to sense them. Was the Yu family guarding against something? Thinking back to what Yu Qi had said before, Qin Yu's heart sank. But he didn't reveal anything on his face. With a wave of his hand, he sent away the maids and servants. Qin Yu suppressed his thoughts. With the current situation, he could only take things one step at a time. For the next 3 days, the Yu family was incomparably calm. It seemed that after the events of that day, Qin Yu had been forgotten. There were no more banquets or invitations, and their indifferent attitude was obvious. Qin Yu didn't relax because of this. Instead, his eyes became increasingly dignified. He hoped that the Yu family would be flustered and exasperated, perhaps even humiliating him. The calmer this was, the more dangerous it was. Anxiety began to grow in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress it. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. If the Yu family really wanted to harm him, there was no way he could resist. There was a knock on the courtyard doors. The servant quickly opened the door, revealing Yu Qi. After not seeing her for a short 3 days, she seemed incomparably tired. She squeezed out a smile at Qin Yu. In the main hall, the guest and host sat down. Yu Qi coughed and said, "Qin Yu, your talent is far too poor. Originally, there were many people in the family who wanted to harm you, but it was the Patriarch who forcefully suppressed them and ensured your current peace." As she finished speaking, she lowered her head and sipped some tea. Her fingertips were wet with tea and she quietly traced them across the table. Qin Yu swept his eyes over and saw the words "Don't believe them." Then, he wiped them away with his sleeve. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He gratefully said, Yuchi, please thank the patriarch for me. Yuchi lightly said, Qin Yu, you have cultivated the demon body and are still useful to my Yu family. As long as you work diligently in the future, there is no need to worry about your safety. Moreover, my Yu family hopes that we can borrow the strength of the demon body within you. For instance, we can marry a young woman of suitable age to you. Do you have any objections to this? As she spoke, her fingers moved once more. Yushioshio Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. At this time, Yuchi wouldn't have thoughts of taking revenge. If so, then there must be a deeper meaning behind what she wrote. After a pause, he said in a slightly heated voice, Is the Yu family really willing to marry a young miss of your family to me? Yuchi solemnly said, Of course. As long as you agree, the Yu family will arrange everything else. I agree. Good. Then you rest for a bit. I'll be leaving first. Yuchi looked deeply at him and then turned to leave. The courtyard doors opened and closed, cutting off his line of sight. Qin Yu's smile faded, replaced by a gloomy look. It seemed that Yuchi had guessed correctly. Moreover, she had even given him a hint. Without a doubt, the Yu family had designs on the demon body. But, in such a dangerous moment, why was Yuchi still standing on his side? As Qin Yu was puzzled, Yuchi was being reprimanded. Why did you act on your own initiative and mention marrying a young woman of my Yu family? You even mentioned the demon body. Could it be that you wanted to send a message? Yuchi had a look of panic. This disciple doesn't dare. I have a good understanding of that Qin Yu. He is a cautious person. If I didn't say something like this, I fear he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. This disciple only wants to complete the task assigned to the family. I don't dare to have any disloyal thoughts. I ask Elder to understand. Another person thought for a moment and said, Yuchi's actions aren't wrong. I think that Qin Yu should have believed you. Humph. I will remember this for now. In the future, if you dare to act on your own initiative again, I will not forgive you. As he finished speaking, he swept his eyes around. Everyone, we have temporarily stabilized Qin Yu. You and I should hurry. Someone hesitated. The demon body is a gift from the heavens. Any attempt to deprive it is a great taboo of the demonic path. Once news of this spreads, there will be great trouble. If you want to gain something, you must lose something. There is no perfect thing in this world. That's right, my Yu family's actions are indeed risky. But once we succeed, our Yu family might have a chance to rise and become a great family of the demonic path. Compared to the benefits, these risks are completely worth it. That's right, a heaven-sent opportunity is right in front of us. If we don't take it, this Qin Yu will definitely be captured by other demonic path influences. If that's the case, then we might as well make the first move. The high-level figures of the Yu family nodded and looked up. Yu Yuanhu was silent for a moment. Then, he lightly said, Yuchi, you are the most familiar with Qin Yu. You will continue to appear and try to appease him. With these words, he made his final decision. Yuchi respectfully nodded. She turned and left the hall. She looked up at the bright skies above her head, a trace of worry in her eyes. Chapter 274. The white porcelain cup in Yu Xiuxiu's hand smashed into the ground. Her breathing quickened and her face darkened. After a long time, she slowly said, Why me? The woman across from her had a hint of fear in her voice. She carefully said, I heard it was Yu Qi's idea. She was ordered by the patriarch to be fully responsible for pacifying Qin Yu. She paused for a moment and continued, Isn't your relationship with her very good? Why did Yu Qi choose you? Yu Xiuxiu took a deep breath. After several breaths of time, she revealed a faint smile. So it was big sister Yu Qi. Mother, please report back and your daughter has agreed. The woman's eyelids jumped up. She naturally understood her daughter well. If she appeared so calm and indifferent, she feared her heart was already filled with anger. She didn't dare to say anything else. She nodded and hurried away. Yu Qi, I really hate you more and more. There is still a long time in the future. We will slowly settle accounts. The next day, Qin Yu's courtyard finally welcomed a guest. The one who came was Yu Xiuxiu, her face flushed red. She said that she was looking for her disobedient little beast, but anyone could see that her excuse was inappropriate. Her nervous and stammering appearance was even more tempting. A strange light flashed deep in Qin Yu's eyes. But he had a blank expression on his face. He looked straight at her, his face full of gratitude and gratitude. "Miss Xiuxiu, please come in." Yu Xiuxiu shyly nodded. After finding the little beast, she didn't hurry to leave. She warmly spoke with Qin Yu for a few moments before saying her goodbyes. The girl had already disappeared without a trace, but Qin Yu still stood at the door, a reluctant look on his face. His blushing face was filled with joy. This scene was seen by the Yu family cultivators who were secretly monitoring him. The news was quickly passed on, and the high-level Yu family members all smiled, revealing a faint sneer. It wasn't that no one thought that Qin Yu had refused the patriarch's offer of an even more alluring woman using charm arts. But after thinking about it, they thought that he was just pretending to be reserved. Now that he had been exposed and had nothing to rely on, it was normal for him to panic and want to take the initiative to do something with the Yu family woman to protect himself. It seemed that Yu Qi's strategy was correct. As long as she could appease Qin Yu and the family was prepared, he could only obediently offer up the demon body with both hands. In the following days, Yu Xiuxiu constantly visited, staying for a long time. She laughed and chatted with Qin Yu, and from time to time she would blush, as if she were in love with him. As Yu Xiuxiu looked at Qin Yu's overjoyed expression, her heart chilled and she felt even more loathing for him. But she didn't reveal anything on her face. "Qin Yu, I'm leaving. I'll come and talk to you next time." Qin Yu had a reluctant expression. "I'm leaving." He stood up, hesitated for a moment and then said, "Xiuxiu, I haven't toured the Southern Overwatch Pass yet. Everything I know about the land of divinity and demons comes from my phone. Do you have time tomorrow? Would you like to accompany me for a stroll?" Yu Xiuxiu's complexion stiffened. She hesitated for a moment. Then, she suddenly sensed the nervousness in his eyes and her heart skipped a beat. She said, "All right, I'll take you around tomorrow. Although the Southern Overwatch Pass isn't too prosperous, there are still many fun places." Qin Yu was overjoyed. "Xiuxiu, you're the best." After exchanging a few more words, Yu Xiuxiu gently smiled and took her leave. When she left the courtyard, her smile disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. "Yu Xiuxiu, why did you agree to bring Qin Yu out of the mansion? Don't you know what a critical moment this is?" Yu Qi coldly said. Her expression was just right, revealing a bit of smug satisfaction. This smug expression caused Yu Xiuxiu to grit her teeth. But she remained calm on the surface. "Qin Yu asking me out is a probe. If I refuse, he will definitely have suspicions. At that time, it will affect the family's arrangements. Will you be responsible for the result?" Yu Qi's smug expression froze. Yu Xiuxiu felt much better. She smiled and said, "Qin Yu's mere nascent soul cultivation, what sort of storm can he stir up in the hands of my Yu family?" Yu Qi clenched her teeth. "If something happens," Yu Xiuxiu lightly said, "I am only responsible for stabilizing Qin Yu as much as possible. As for how to prevent him from escaping, that is up to Big Sister. The Patriarch has given full authority over this matter to Big Sister, so you must be careful. Otherwise, if something happens, I fear it will be hard to explain to the family." Yu Qi's face flushed red with anger, but Yu Xiuxiu didn't give her a chance to speak again. With a victorious attitude, she turned and left. But she didn't notice that after she vanished, the worry and anger on Yu Qi's face completely vanished. Instead, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. This fellow Qin Yu was truly astute. If he didn't leave the Yu family, how could he possibly escape? With things having progressed to this step, they were at least halfway to success. The rest would depend on her. Yuchi gathered her thoughts and put on an angry expression once more. She hurried out to complain to the high-level figures of the family. Yu Xiuxiu arbitrarily agreed to Qin Yu's request to go sightseeing in the southern Overwatch Pass. I fear there will be complications, and this disciple firmly opposes this. I ask fellow elders to make a decision. The high-level figures of the Yu family were already aware of the battle of words between Yu Qi and Yu Xiuxiu just now, so they weren't surprised by her arrival. An elder's eyes flashed. Yu Xiuxiu's actions are a bit rash, but her suspicions are correct. If we can avoid Qin Yu's suspicions, then agreeing to him isn't a problem. Tomorrow, the family will send out masters to secretly block off all directions. You will be in command, so it shouldn't be a problem to be a bit more cautious. Another elder said. Yu Qi had a helpless expression. She could only nod and leave with heavy step. After she left, someone asked, could it be that Qin Yu has sensed something is wrong with his actions? Everyone had already thought of this. They frowned and fell silent. The family's preparations have reached the final stages. They should be completed the day after tomorrow. There cannot be any problems at the final moment, otherwise if Qin Yu refuses to cooperate, that will truly be troublesome. That's right. From what I can see, that Qin Yu has basically fallen into the trap. Perhaps this is just a final probe out of caution. Tomorrow we will send out some extra people. They won't be under Yu Qi's command, so there should be no worries. He's unfamiliar with this place, so he won't be able to come up with any tricks. Like this, the matter was settled. Qin Yu finally left the Yu family's residence. His face was filled with joy and also a bit more relaxed. Standing beside him, Yu Xiuxiu sneered inwardly. She thought to herself, how can you possibly contend with my Yu family with your measly methods? Just wait until tomorrow, and that will be the end of your life. A speed car was parked outside. This was the strange carriage that Qin Yu rode when he first came to the Yu family. It was said that this thing used to be called a spirit carriage because it was driven by spiritual strength, so it was simple and easy to understand. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, the name was suddenly changed. Luckily, the name speed car was appropriate, so everyone slowly accepted it. Qin Yu clumsily opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Yu Xiuxiu faintly smiled and bent down to sit in. Qin Yu followed in and closed the door behind him. The space instantly became narrow and the atmosphere seemed a bit warmer. Yu Xiuxiu blushed red and said in a soft voice, Qin Yu, where do you want to go to play? Qin Yu looked at her in a daze, as if he were mesmerized. He casually said, anywhere is fine. Yu Xiuxiu relaxed a little. Although Yu Qi would be the first to suffer if anything happened, she would also be implicated. Since Qin Yu was willing to listen to her arrangements, things would be much easier. She thought for a moment and then clapped her hand. I got it. As she spoke, she pressed a button and a screen appeared in front of her. She lowered her head and pressed a few times. A pleasant female voice sounded out, setup complete. Destination, Eastern Suburbs. Estimated time to arrive is 2 hours. Please sit tight. The car trembled and then began to accelerate. It soon merged into the flow of traffic and vanished from sight. The Eastern Suburbs wasn't the outskirts, but the eastern part of the southern Overwatch Pass. It was a garden that had yet to be developed. The advantage of a large city was that it could even accommodate a mountain. For instance, this eastern suburb mountain in front of them. The scenery was incomparably beautiful, and it attracted many tourists. With a pleasant female voice saying, "We have arrived at our destination. I wish you a pleasant journey." The speed car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yu pushed open the door and ran out. He opened the door on the other side and let Yu Xiuxiu out. There are many fun attractions here. Let's go. Yu Xiuxiu smiled. She swept her eyes around and really did discover some people from her family. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. The two of them walked up the mountain side by side. On the stone path, they would occasionally encounter cultivators playing together. But compared to the bustling southern Overwatch Pass, this was definitely a quiet and secluded place. With fewer people, it was easier to control things. At the foot of the mountain, several Yu family cultivators revealed relaxed expressions. They were well aware that their family was preparing to deal with Qin Yu. If there was an accident, no one would have a good ending. Yuqi had a light expression, but she was actually a bit nervous. She was well aware that since Qin Yu had come this far, he would definitely take action. Although she had already made her decision, she hadn't communicated with Qin Yu at all. It was unknown whether or not they could cooperate. Qin Yu was all smiles. As if he were happily playing around with Yu Xiuxiu, his heart was actually filled with anxiety. Although he didn't know what the Yu family was planning, today was likely his last chance. But the more he thought like this, the calmer he became. Suddenly, he heard a happy voice in his ears. Xiuxiu, didn't you say you were going into seclusion? How come you've come to the eastern suburb mountain? Several young men and women walked over. Among them, a white-robed man had a happy expression. But when he saw Qin Yu, his face darkened. Yu Xiuxiu frowned. She never thought she would run into Yun Yueping. At other times, she wouldn't mind using some methods to hold this brat in the palm of her hand. But today, she couldn't make any mistakes. She took a deep breath and calmed her fluctuating mood. She faintly smiled and said, "Greetings, Brother Yun. Today, I will accompany an honored guest to play around. I will catch up with Brother Yun some other day." As she spoke, she pulled on Qin Yu to leave. She wanted to leave as soon as possible, but she never imagined that Yun Yueping would see her and take the initiative to pull on Qin Yu. His eyes darkened. "Wait!" he coldly sneered. "Xiuxiu, how come I didn't know that the Yu family had such an honored guest?" Yu Xiuxiu smiled. "Brother Yun, don't make things difficult for Xiuxiu." Yun Yueping's complexion froze and he couldn't help but reveal a look of hesitation. This expression caused Qin Yu to curse him for being a coward. How could he just let his love rival appear like this? He lightly coughed and said, "I am traveling with Miss Xiuxiu. Do you have any objections?" This time, Yun Yueping was truly enraged. In particular, the eyes behind him. If he retreated at this time, he really wouldn't have the face to see anyone. He coldly said, "Brat, so what if you have any objections?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, Qin Yu didn't give Yu Xiuxiu a chance to intervene. He slapped out his palm. The five-fingered palm print was dark red. No one expected that Qin Yu would attack just like that. Yun Yueping was stunned, the young man and woman behind him were stunned, and even Yu Xiuxiu was stunned. Saying such ruthless words was too much of a waste. If he wanted to attack, he should have just attacked. Yun Yueping's eyes turned crimson. He lifted his hand and a red waterfall shot out, sending Qin Yu flying away. Puff! Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the forest beside the road. Yun Yueping clenched his teeth and chased after him. "Brat, I want you to die." A cruel and ruthless aura surged around him. The weeds and thorns were directly shattered apart and scattered to the ground. He looked around but couldn't find Qin Yu's figure. "You bastard, where are you hiding? Come out and die." Bang bang, he punched out again and again. The surrounding trees suffered a great calamity. With loud rumbling sounds, they constantly fell down. "You bastard, hurry up and come out! Come out!" Yu Xiuxiu quivered and finally regained her composure. She rushed over and grabbed onto Yun Yueping. She squeezed out a smile. "Qin Yu, don't worry. I've held back Brother Yun so he won't attack again. Hurry up and come out." Yun Yueping wanted to say something, but Yu Xiuxiu turned her head. Her eyes were ice cold, causing his heart to shrink. The surroundings were silent. There was only the sound of dust and wood shavings falling to the ground, as if they were naked jeering at them. Yu Xiuxiu's complexion paled. She screamed, "Hurry up and find him!" Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 275. Yuqi's heart shrank. Qin Yu had attacked. She shouted out loud, "Everyone follow me! No matter the cost, we must capture Qin Yu." Whoosh, he was the first to rush out. Behind him, the stunned Yu family cultivators hurriedly followed. Deep in their eyes there was fear. Qin Yu had escaped, he had actually escaped. If something were to happen to him, the clan would absolutely not be lenient towards them. In their eyes, Yu Qi's panic was normal. If Qin Yu ran away, she would be the first to suffer, so no one discovered her. They followed Yu Qi's beehive of momentum, but it was also incomparably chaotic. It was inevitable that they would miss some people in their encirclement. Qin Yu quietly lay on the ground. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one would think he was a corpse without any aura, no different from the surrounding trees and stones. In his chest, his heartbeat had already dropped to its lowest point, only beating once after a long time. Listening to the chaos around him, his eyes were sharp and bright. Suddenly, Qin Yu exerted strength in his hands. His feet gently pushed off the ground, and he quietly moved along the ground. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 feet and hid himself in the thistles and thorns. In the next moment, a Yu family cultivator appeared where he had been hiding. His complexion paled as he looked around. After finding nothing, he turned and left. But the moment he left, his body slammed into the branches and leaves. Qin Yu also moved. He passed through the thistles and neared the summit. If he left the eastern suburb mountain and mixed into the vast crowd of the southern Overwatch Pass, no matter how powerful the Yu family was, it wouldn't be easy for them to find Qin Yu. But if he could think of this, the Yu family would also be able to think of it. At this time, there were countless people gathered at the foot of the mountain, waiting for him to walk into their trap. Even though he couldn't escape at the moment, he could still look for other opportunities. Suddenly, Qin Yu stiffened. He pressed himself against the ground, and even his weak gasps for breath came to a stop. In the next moment, a boundless divine sense swept out. It was like an invisible knife scraping past him. Goosebumps instantly appeared on the surface of his skin. He felt as if a peerless, vicious beast had locked onto him, and he would die in the next moment. Qin Yu's divine sense wandered back and forth, but he remained motionless. After a long time, he slowly retracted it. His eyes flashed, but he remained lying where he was. After several breaths of time, another divine sense descended. If he had moved just now, he would have been discovered. The second divine sense didn't linger for long. After sweeping the area once, it immediately retracted. Qin Yu stepped forwards and stormed away. Yu Xiuxiu's face darkened. Can't find it? How could it not be found? She coldly looked at Yu Qi. You've been leading people around like headless flies. Could it be that you deliberately revealed a flaw so that Qin Yu could escape? Many of the Yu family cultivators stiffened. As they thought about how they had panicked just now, their expressions darkened. They looked at Yu Qi with surprise in their eyes. Yu Qi was enraged. She coldly said, Yu Xiuxiu, don't slander me. You were at Qin Yu's side the entire time, and you even lost sight of him. So you are the more suspicious one. She clenched her teeth. That's right, the patriarch ordered me to take full responsibility for this matter. I cannot be forgiven for Qin Yu running away, but don't think you'll be any better off. Everyone recalled that the two of them were not on good terms, so it was normal for them to attack each other. Their suspicions towards Yu Qi dissipated quite a bit. Shut up. A Yu family expert stepped through the void. What time is it, yet you're still fighting amongst yourselves? Everyone scatter for me. We must capture Qin Yu before the news spreads. Yes. Yu Qi bowed together with everyone else. A strange light flashed deep in her eyes. Her arrangements should begin now. She hoped that they would be useful and disrupt the Yu family's plans. Within the southern Overwatch Pass, it was unknown where a rumor began to spread. It was said that the Yu family had plotted to steal someone else's treasure, and after being seen through, they were now wantonly hunting someone down. It was said that this treasure was incomparably mystical and contained many mystical strength. It could help a cultivator cultivate and was unparalleled in power. Originally, everyone had seen this sort of random rumor far too many times, so they didn't care much about it. This time was no exception. Most cultivators that heard it simply laughed it off. But soon, as a massive number of U family cultivators gathered at the eastern suburb mountain and news of U family masters appearing was confirmed, the southern Overwatch Pass cultivators that thought it was a joke began to turn serious. They didn't believe that the U family would easily leak out such an important piece of information. But according to the information they obtained, they were indeed hunting down someone. After a short period of hesitation, the various cultivators didn't hurry to attack. They only probed. At the base of the eastern suburb mountain, several cultivators that tried to sneak in were forcefully rejected by the U family cultivators. Then, an undercurrent began to quietly circulate within the southern Overwatch Pass. The U family's strength couldn't be underestimated in the southern Overwatch Pass. Their influence was deeply rooted, but there were still many that were hostile to them. Finally, the first influence chose to attack. At the base of the eastern suburb mountain, they violently clashed with the U family cultivators, breaking through the blockade and rushing into the eastern suburb mountain. And this collision caused those that were still watching to make a decision. If the U family was so cautious and didn't hesitate to attack in order to block off the eastern suburb mountain, then even if the rumors weren't true, there was definitely something fishy going on. Or, was the U family really trying to steal some powerful treasure? Whoosh, whoosh, speed cars howled forwards, gathering at the base of the eastern suburb mountain. Cultivators stepped out one after another, many of them famous masters of the southern Overwatch Pass. The U family was immediately placed in a difficult position. With so many people representing so many influences, it was impossible for the U family to forcefully refuse. Yu Yuanhu's face darkened. Things had progressed far beyond his expectations. He never imagined that the entire Yu family would be played by this junior. What a bunch of trash. There are so many of them, and yet they can't even look after a mere nascent soul. It's useless to say these things now. All sorts of news is spreading and many influences are beginning to stir. The situation is grim. Masters from all sides have already appeared at the base of the eastern suburb mountain. I fear they will soon begin probing us. In the Grand Hall, the high-level Yu family members all had ugly complexions. As they thought of Qin Yu, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. What a cunning brat! He had actually pushed the Yu family into such a situation. Yu Yuanhu suddenly said, "Send a message to all sides. The Yu family is willing to give up the qualifications to enter the Demon Ascension Gate. With this as the price, we demand that they give up on this matter." What? Patriarch, please reconsider. The Demon Ascension Gate is an extremely important matter. It is one of the hopes of my Yu family. Patriarch, we don't need to pay such a heavy price. Yu Yuanhu's sharp eyes swept around the Grand Hall. If we succeed in plundering the demon body, then the rise of my Yu family will be within reach. Moreover, do you think that if Qin Yu falls into the hands of others, they won't be able to find out what my Yu family has done today? The faces of the high-level Yu family members stiffened. Beads of sweat began to drip down their foreheads. Plundering the demon body. This matter could be considered a minor one or a major one. If the outside world didn't know about it, then that wouldn't be a problem. But once news of this leaked out, the Yu family would suffer a great calamity. Patriarch is wise. No one had any objections. A Yu family master hesitated. But if there are still people entangling themselves in the eastern suburb mountain, what should we do? Yu Yuanhu coldly sneered. The Yu family has already paid such a great price. If they are smart, they should know what to do. If they still want to entangle themselves with us, then that is an irreconcilable enmity with my Yu family. Don't worry, unless they obtain concrete evidence, there won't be anyone willing to fight to the death with us. Reality proved that Yu Yuanhu's judgment was correct. As Qin Yu moved towards the mountain peak, the massive number of cultivators that had rushed into the eastern suburb mountain began to withdraw. They were well aware of the significance of the demon ascension gate. The Yu family had put forth their utmost sincerity and also their final compromise. No one wanted to become irreconcilable enemies with the Yu family in a situation where they weren't prepared. This was especially true today when they didn't know what was going on. The Yu family blocked off the eastern suburb mountain. Layer upon layer of search began, spreading upwards from the base of the mountain. The divine senses of the Yu family powerhouses shrouded the area, and a massive number of disciples didn't miss a single corner. It was like an inescapable net with no way to escape. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. The Yu family masters constantly swept out with their divine senses, causing his movements to be greatly restricted. Gradually, he was overtaken by the people searching for him. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He took advantage of a gap between two sweeping divine senses and rushed forward. But in the next moment, a Yu family cultivator suddenly appeared in front of him. This person's eyes widened and he said with wild joy, "He's..." Puff! Before he finished speaking, he screamed miserably and blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. His body curled up as he was sent flying backwards, crashing into several large trees. But this movement had already attracted attention. Loud shouts rang out and a massive number of Yu family cultivators came howling over. Qin Yu didn't have time to bitterly smile. He shot into the skies and activated the blood escape art, pushing his speed to the limit. "He's here. Catch him. We can't let him escape." Shouts came from all directions. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He heard Yu Qi's voice. "The entrance to the underground river isn't too far away. We can't let him escape, otherwise no one will be able to bear the consequences." In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He stepped forwards and changed directions, shooting straight towards where Yu Qi was. Wherever the blood-red flames passed, branches would be torn apart. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. On a mountain path, Yu Qi was leading over a dozen Yu family cultivators. "Qin Yu!" Yu Qi shouted out loud. "Catch him!" The overjoyed Yu family cultivators roared out in anger and howled forwards. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. At this time, Yu Qi, who had fallen behind, quietly formed a seal with her hands. A drum formed from black demonic energy suddenly began to ring. "Ah!" Caught off guard, the Yu family cultivators that rushed out screamed miserably as they fell to the ground like dumplings. Qin Yu didn't stop. He flew forwards and landed in front of Yu Qi. "Hurry and leave. This is all I can help you with." "What about you?" Yu Qi flipped her hand and a seal appeared. "With this here, how can the Yu family do anything to me?" "What is this?" Yu Qi was stunned. It was only then that she realized that the shrewd and decisive man in front of her was in truth an idiot. "There's no time to explain. Hurry and leave. If you feel that you owe me, then work hard to survive. There is a way out in this direction. Hurry and leave." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Without saying anything else, the blood-red flames raced away. "Yu Qi, you dare to betray the family? No one can save you. You will pay a price." The Yu family cultivators that fell to the ground roared out in hatred. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 276. Qin Yu believed that Yu Qi wouldn't bring about her own destruction. He could no longer care about what was happening behind him. If he were to be discovered even the slightest delay, he would immediately fall into a hopeless situation. Fiercely rushing to the summit, he finally saw the exit that Yu Qi spoke of. It was a pond of spring water at the peak of the mountain. The water was clear, and under the illumination of the spirit lamp, one could clearly see the bottom of the pond. If there was spring water, there would naturally be a spring mouth, which meant that there was an underground waterway. As long as he entered it, he would be able to escape from this place by going against the flow. Putong, waves splashed up from the pool. Like a giant fish, Qin Yu shot straight towards the mouth of the spring. In the next moment, the entire pool suddenly froze, and the water in the pool rushed into the air. The mouth of the spring was torn open by an invisible force, and a large amount of spring water gushed out. But there was no sign of Yu. Serene faraway lake appeared in the skies above the pond. His eyes were as sharp as blades, as if they could pierce through the mountains. He said in a low voice, "Pass down my order. Seal off all the waterways within 100 miles of the eastern suburb mountain. Lock up Yu." Whoosh, whoosh, streaks of light flew out of the eastern suburb mountain and spread in all directions. In the mountain, Chi, who was being closely guarded, suddenly raised her head to look at the scattered clansmen. A smile appeared on her face. Yu had escaped. In a certain gorgeous mansion, in a lotus pond in the backyard, a few koi carps that were leisurely wagging their tails suddenly fled in all directions in fright. In the depths of the clear pond, sludge spread out, dyeing the water black. After several breaths of time, Yu quietly climbed onto the shore. He let out a muffled groan, and his face grew even paler. He took a deep breath to suppress the roiling blood in his chest, and then quickly left. A moment later, in a narrow alley, Yu emerged once more. This time, his entire body was covered in black robes. The demon god armor had infinite transformations, so it wasn't difficult to accomplish this. Yu mixed into the flow of people and walked along the street. His eyes were casual and his demeanor was calm and natural. But beneath his black robes, his complexion became increasingly heavy. The Yu family was determined to win. Along the way, the 3 inns and restaurants all had soldiers inspecting them. Looking at how strict the security was, he could not avoid it. He didn't expect them to be able to mobilize an army. Yu paused for a moment. In front of him, there was a long line of people waiting at the intersection. All the speed cars had stopped for inspection. At the same time, among the pedestrians, there were also soldiers inspecting them. From afar, they could hear the complaints. They were using the military's excuse of arresting serious criminals. Clearly, this was the work of the Yu family. Yu turned to leave, but after turning halfway he stopped. He warmly greeted the person beside him. "Brother Liu, it's been a long time since we last met. I never thought we would meet here today. Sigh, I still have urgent matters to attend to. Who would have thought that I would be delayed here? The military can't do anything to stop the bandits, so I'll just have to wait patiently to break down the door." After saying that, he shook his head and turned around helplessly. That's right, that's right." Cultivator Liu rubbed his head and whispered, "Brother Zhang, do you know who this is? Not Brother Liu's friend? I don't have much of an impression. Haha, Brother Liu has a wide circle of friends. Maybe it's a friend you met once. He remembers you, but you've completely forgotten him." Cough cough. "That's rude of me," as this pair of friends whispered into each other's ears. Yu let out a light breath. When he turned around just now, he could keenly feel 3 pairs of eyes locking onto him from behind the windows on both sides of the street. If he really turned around and left, he was afraid that he would be interrogated immediately. The Yu family was truly meticulous. Yu lined up as if nothing had happened. Although the line wasn't moving too quickly, he grew increasingly anxious as he approached the end of the street. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was discovered. Suddenly, Yu caught sight of a figure passing by. He turned his head, his eyes rapidly flashing. After several breaths of time, as he saw this person about to turn and leave, he took several steps back and smiled. "Captain Tianyun, it's been a long time." Tianyun frowned. "You are?" Yu lowered his voice. "Several days ago, there was a wolf monster causing trouble at the transmission square." Tianyun's eyes brightened. Yu knew that Tianyun had already figured out who he was. Yu never underestimated anyone's intelligence. In the situation that day and comparing it to today's events, it wasn't hard for Tianyun to guess what had happened. Although it wasn't appropriate to entrust his safety to a cultivator he had only met once, Yu could only make a gamble at this time. A tiny chance was better than waiting for death. Tianyun looked deeply at Qin Yu. He suddenly shouted, "So it was you! Men, come and capture this deserter! This captain wants to personally interrogate him." Qin Yu's tense body relaxed a little and a look of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Then, he lowered his head in panic and allowed 2 soldiers to drag him away. This commotion clearly attracted attention. A soldier who seemed to have a higher status from his armor came over to inquire. Tianyun smiled and said a few words. The soldier looked at Qin Yu for a moment and then nodded and left. It seemed that Tianyun had some face in the army. Qin Yu could feel the eyes that were locked onto him gradually fading away. He relaxed a little and was dragged behind a windowless speed car. Then, a soldier came in and controlled the speed car to fly away. With a military pass, the speed car was unimpeded. It passed through the blockaded search area and soon entered an underground parking lot. This parking lot was also a new and interesting thing. It was specifically used to store speed cars. After all, even if one had a storage treasure, most people wouldn't be willing to use it to store something as large as a speed car. "Come down." The military parking lot was heavily guarded. The soldier said a few words to the guard and then pushed Qin Yu up the stairs. They ascended all the way to the 13th floor, opened the confinement room, and locked Qin Yu inside. As the iron door closed, a sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He swept his eyes around. The walls of the confinement room were made of some sort of bright metal. He reached out and touched it, feeling a faint numbness. It contained a terrifying strength. It seemed that there was no way to leave this place. Qin Yu revealed a helpless look. He closed his eyes and meditated. Around 2 hours later, the confinement room was opened. Tianyun's voice sounded out from within the light. "Are you fellow Taoist Qin?" Qin Yu stood up and pulled down his black robes. He cupped his hands together and said, "I am Qin Yu. Thank you, Captain Tianyun, for helping me." These words were the same as admitting to some of his guesses. Tianyun's eyes brightened. He smiled and said, "As I thought, the Yu family's great commotion today was caused by fellow Taoist Qin." His eyes blazed. Qin Yu fell silent. Then, a tyrannical aura broke out from his body. Tianyun's expression chilled. "Demon body." His face immediately darkened. The Yu family, how bold! This person was indeed a smart person. Qin Yu remained silent. Tianyun was startled. Then, he immediately understood. He said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, don't worry. I will not have the slightest intention of harming you." He faintly smiled and said, "Because we are the same kind of person." An aura gushed out from his body. Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up. "The aura of the demon body." Tianyun smiled. "Now, fellow Taoist Qin, you should be able to feel at ease. You and I are both demon body cultivators. According to the rules of my demonic path, you can call me Senior Apprentice Brother." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyun." "Haha, Junior Apprentice Brother Qin Yu." Tianyun sighed with emotion. "Junior Apprentice Brother came from the land of exiles, and not only do you have your current cultivation, but you have also cultivated the demon body. Your talent is hard to imagine. If you survive today's calamity, you will surely soar into the heavens in the future." His expression was solemn. "So, I advise Junior Apprentice Brother Qin you not to rush to the Yu family for revenge. In fact, don't even mention the matter of Yu Qi trying to steal your demon body. After all, there is no proof of your words. Now that this matter has been exposed, the result is unknown." Qin Yu nodded. "Thank you for your advice, Senior Apprentice Brother." Tianyun could see that Qin Yu's expression was sincere and didn't hesitate at all. It was clear that he had already thought of this. A bit of appreciation appeared in Tianyun's eyes. "Junior Apprentice Brother is a smart person. It seems I was overthinking things. However, there is one thing I don't understand. With Junior Apprentice Brother's talent and prospects, the Yu family would do everything in their power to win you over, so why would they dare to harm you?" Qin Yu hesitated. Tianyun waved his hand. Junior apprentice brother, if you find this difficult, then just pretend I didn't ask. Although he had temporarily escaped danger, he would still need to borrow Tianyun's help in the future. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Senior apprentice brother saved me today, so how could I possibly hide it? The reason the Yu family attacked me was because my talent was too poor. Tianyun was stunned. How ridiculous! Junior apprentice brother Qin, you cultivated the demon body in the land of exiles and even reached the nascent soul realm. How could the Yu family dare to ask for anything higher? Qin Yu coughed. My demon body and cultivation came from lucky chances and luck. In terms of talent, it is indeed a bit lacking. Tianyun thought he was being modest, but when he heard Qin Yu say that during the Yu family's talent test, only the first level of the 9-level crystal pagoda had lit up, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. This. Tianyun felt that he could somewhat understand the Yu family's actions. Imagine finding a genius in the barren land and spending a lot of money to pick him up, only to find out that he was just a silver spear with a wax stick. It would be strange if you didn't go crazy. Although talent is important, the will of man can overcome the will of the heavens. Since junior apprentice brother Qin Yu has his current cultivation, it can be seen that he has a great destiny on his body. In the future, you might be able to. Tianyun didn't believe these words. It was fine to have some dog shit luck once or twice, but to rely on this to become a powerhouse was nothing more than a daydream. Qin Yu wryly smiled. Senior apprentice brother Tianyun, there is no need to comfort me. However, I won't give up. Since I came to the land of divinity and demons, no matter how poor my talent is, I will still fight for my future. Tianyun was filled with deep veneration. Good. Junior apprentice brother Qin is so ambitious. I am a great man, and I need to have this kind of heart that doesn't fear hardships and struggles to become stronger. Moreover, even if one's innate talent is poor, it isn't impossible to change it. The land of divinity and demons is vast and endless, and there are countless heavenly materials. Among them, there are many treasures that can change one's fate and increase one's talent. For instance, in my army, there is a famous first-grade lotus that can help increase one's talent. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. It can really increase one's talent? Tianyun laughed. I naturally wouldn't joke with junior apprentice brother about this. If you don't believe me, then you can join the army. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can directly confirm the matter of exchanging for a first-grade lotus. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands together and said, I wonder if senior apprentice brother Tianyun can introduce me? Tianyun was startled. He didn't think that Qin Yu would take this seriously. He immediately thought that the reason Qin Yu joined the army was to avoid the Yu family. Junior apprentice brother joining my army is indeed a good method. Even if the Yu family is powerful, they still wouldn't dare to be insolent in the army. Qin Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. I currently don't have the qualifications to be enemies with the Yu family. It is best if I am not discovered. Senior apprentice brother, do you have a way to send me out of the southern Overwatch Pass in the name of joining the army? Tianyun frowned. Out of the southern Overwatch Pass. There is a place, but I don't recommend junior apprentice brother go. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Where? Tianyun slowly said, the Beast Hunting Battalion. #####. Chapter 277. The Beast Hunting Battalion couldn't be considered a true military establishment. Rather, it was more like a place of punishment. If someone committed a great crime, they would be sent here to atone for their crimes. If they managed to survive, they would be pardoned of all their crimes. Of course, over the years there were some people who viewed the Beast Hunting Battalion as a tempering experience. But the astonishing rate of losses meant that very few people dared to do this. Stand up. You bunch of short-lived ghosts, listen up. The things I'm going to give you are all life-saving items. If you aren't careful and lose them, then just wait to die. He waved his hand and said, "Give them what they want and hurry up and have them fuck off. Looking at them makes me feel unlucky." Qin Yu stood in the middle of a group of soldiers and received his own items. There was a token to enter the beast hunting battalion and a crystal refined from some sort of crystal. Without anyone telling him how to use it, he was cursed and sent away. In the camp's parking lot, he gathered with several other squads of soldiers that were about to enter the beast hunting battalion. "What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting to eat? Everyone get on board. Don't even let out a fart on the road. If you attract any monster beasts, you're dead." With loud shouts, groups of soldiers with dejected faces and fearful eyes were shoved into the carriage. The runes on the surface of the large speed car lit up and it quietly flew away. Qin Yu sat in the carriage, feeling the cold metal beneath him. Compared to the silent flight, the interior of the military carriage wasn't comfortable at all. The faint bumps made one's vision blur. Glancing around, besides a few ferocious-looking soldiers who didn't seem to care, the rest of the soldiers were panic-stricken, their faces pale. Suddenly, a red light lit up within the carriage. A blood-red light fell onto one's body, causing one's heart to tighten. Warning: the convoy has left the range of the southern Overwatch Pass and has entered the wilderness. Please restrain your aura. An icy voice pierced into the depths of one's heart like an arrow. Ka-ka-ka, teeth chattered. A handsome soldier to the side began to shiver uncontrollably. Ha-ha. This coward, he's scared like this as soon as he entered the wilderness. He's definitely dead. A ruffian soldier recklessly laughed. The handsome soldier's face flushed red. But facing the ferocious eyes, he clenched his teeth and lowered his head. There was another round of laughter. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He lowered his head, not caring about what was happening around him. A moment later, his expression changed. In the next moment, the entire carriage began to roll violently. He didn't know what material the car was made of, but it was definitely incomparably firm. Yet, it was easily torn apart by the sharp claws. Qin Yu watched helplessly as the claws passed by him. His body tensed and all the hairs on his back stood up. Beside him, the previously incomparably terrified soldier's eyes widened with astonishment. With a miserable scream, he was dragged away by the claw. A large hole was torn open in the carriage. Qin Yu watched as a blue-armored monster beast with 4 limbs fell to the ground, chewed on him several times and swallowed him. Demonic beast attack. Miserable shrieks rang out. At this moment, the entire caravan had been scattered, and miserable screams could be heard everywhere. There were 3 blue-shelled demon beasts attacking the convoy. Bang! Qin Yu opened the shackles that secured his body and leapt out of the carriage. But just as he took several steps, the earth behind him suddenly broke apart and another black-armored monster beast rushed out, dragging the entire carriage into the ground. The pitiful cries soon died down and no one escaped from underground. A chill drilled out from Qin Yu's heart. He discovered that he had underestimated just how dangerous the land of divinity and demons was. This was the wilderness where monster beasts roamed freely. No wonder Tianyun had advised him not to enter the hunting camp, but this thought flashed for a moment before it was suppressed. Then, he stormed forwards. Thinking about these things now was useless. Escaping from here was the most important thing. Roar! A loud roar resounded in his ears. A foul wind billowed in the air. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He turned and punched out. Bang! The black-armored monster beast roared in pain. It staggered and Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. He borrowed the momentum to retreat even faster. Like a boulder being tossed out by a catapult, he vanished into the jungle in several flashes. An hour later, the remnants of the caravan had gathered together. There were only half of the original number, and the entire squad responsible for escorting them had vanished without a trace. The atmosphere was incomparably oppressive. Some severely wounded cultivators groaned in pain, adding a bit of gloom to the atmosphere. Everyone, the caravan has been attacked by monster beasts. You and I are stranded in the wilderness. If we return to the southern Overwatch Pass, we will most likely die. Our only path to survival is to break through the obstacles and enter the beast hunting camp. I have already checked the map. From here to the beast hunting camp is only a day's journey away. As long as our luck is good, we might be able to survive. The person who spoke had a dignified demeanor and an imposing aura. I am Wang Yuanan. I am willing to lead everyone and fight for a path of survival in this perilous situation. We are willing to follow Brother Wang. We will follow Brother Wang's orders. Several soldiers cupped their hands together in greeting. It was clear they had already made up their minds. Wang Yuanan laughed. Good. With the help of so many brothers, we will surely reach our destination. He swept his eyes around. I wonder if anyone else is willing to join us? This person's cultivation wasn't ordinary, and the eyes of the soldiers protecting him shined with a sharp light. It was clear he was strong. At this time, he immediately became the pillar of support in everyone's eyes. We are willing to follow. We are willing to follow Brother Wang's orders. Qin Yu felt that in this situation, if everyone joined forces to break through, they would have the best chance of survival. He stood up and followed the crowd. Good. Since everyone trusts me, I will do my best to protect all of us. After Wang Yuanan established his position, he immediately entered his role. Everyone, hurry up and rest. We will leave in an hour. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The group set off. Wang Yuanan took out a handphone, but it was different from the one Qin Yu had seen before. Moreover, in this wilderness, after fiddling with it a few times, he was able to barely connect to a signal. It's a satellite handphone. That's great. With a satellite positioning system, we can avoid most monster beasts. Brother Wang is truly our benefactor. The soldiers were all overjoyed. Qin Yu listened for a moment and finally understood what a satellite handphone was. In the land of divinity and demons, there were super influences that paid a transcendent price to launch a massive magic tool similar to a signal tower into the highest heavens. This magic tool was called a satellite. This magic tool could cover a vast expanse of territory and transmit all sorts of secret signals to a custom-made handphone. Of course, the price of a satellite handphone was unimaginably high. Moreover, not everyone had the qualifications to possess one. Everyone looked at Wang Yuanan with awe in their eyes. Qin Yu heard some people say that he was one of those legendary individuals with great backgrounds that entered the beast hunting battalion to adventure. A satellite handphone had officially established Wang Yuanan's status. Perhaps it really was because the satellite handphone played its role. The group moved forward smoothly. They encountered two small monster beasts, and they were also smoothly killed. Looking at the map, they weren't too far away from the beast hunting battalion. However, Qin Yu discovered that their route wasn't a straight one. There was a small deviation from where the beast hunting battalion was. Before he could speak, someone asked about this. Wang Yuanan lightly said, "The reason we deviated is because if we were to go straight, there would be a place where monster bees gather. If you and I were to enter, it would be difficult for us to escape calamity." As he spoke, he projected an image from the satellite handphone. In a mountain valley, there was a pitch-black beehive the size of a house. Monster bees the size of an adult's palm constantly flew in and out. Everyone revealed a look of understanding. You and I are currently in a dangerous place. If we aren't careful, there will be a great calamity. I don't blame you for worrying too much, but since you chose to believe in me, don't casually question my decisions. My explanation just now has already delayed you, so we must speed up the following step. So, I hope that there won't be a next time. The soldier who spoke revealed a look of shame. Everyone nodded in agreement. The group moved forwards a little faster. The ordinary soldiers were fine, but those who were injured to begin with found it particularly difficult to persist. The smell of blood began to fill the air. It seemed that some soldier's wound had ruptured during the journey. Suddenly, Wang Yuanan's complexion changed. Be careful! Bang! A thick tree fell down with a loud rumble. A ferocious demon beast covered in blood-red scales pounced out like a blood-red bolt of lightning. An injured soldier didn't even have time to scream before he was bitten in half at the waist. Blood immediately splashed onto the ground. Heavy breathing mixed with the sound of chewing. When the surrounding people heard this, all the blood drained from their faces, turning them deathly white. Blood spirit monster beast. Endless fear filled the air. Wang Yuanan roared out, "Run!" With a flash of light, he howled away, several soldiers following close behind him. The entire group instantly scattered. Luckily, everyone still retained a bit of reason. They knew that running around would only lead to death, so they followed behind Wang Yuanan and the others. Miserable screams sounded out from behind him. Qin Yu turned around to see that the injured soldiers he had taken care of along the way had all fallen to the ground, becoming food for the blood spirit monster beast. It tore at them, chewed on them, and swallowed them. It paused its pursuit of the fleeing people. Many soldiers relaxed as they saw this. Qin Yu didn't deny that he also had similar thoughts. His eyes fell on Wang Yuanan and the others, and he subconsciously frowned. Wang Yuanan's expression was normal, but the people around him seemed a bit too calm. Their reactions were also too uniform. It was like they already knew that the blood spirit monster beast would appear. There were also these injured soldiers that had been brought here. If things were really as Qin Yu thought, then Wang Yuanan's thoughts were far too terrifying. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He looked away and hurried forwards. A moment later, the lucky group of people that hadn't encountered any other monster beasts finally stopped to catch their breath. After fleeing in panic, everyone was gasping for breath and dripping with sweat. As they thought of the injured soldiers that had been abandoned, many of them revealed looks of guilt. Wang Yuanan said in a low voice, "I know that none of you feel good in your hearts. Those that died just now might have been your family or friends. But the blood spirit monster beast's strength isn't something that you or I can contend with. If we hadn't run away just now, we would have all been killed by it. Alright, everyone keep your spirits up. In another half a day we will arrive at the camp." The slightly gloomy atmosphere immediately relaxed. Wang Yuanan's words had given them a way out of this embarrassing predicament and given them hope of survival. Chapter 278. As Qin Yu was resting, he felt someone approach him. He opened his eyes and saw a calm and solemn face. This was someone beside Wang Yuanan. He had a late nascent soul cultivation and killing intent lingered around his body. It was clear he was a veteran of battle. "My name is Zhang Qin. May I ask for fellow Taoist's name?" Qin Yu maintained his composure. "Qin Yu." Zhang Qin smiled. "Fellow Taoist Qin, how do you do? As we travel through the wilderness, we can encounter dangers at any time. Thus, Brother Wang proposed to form a sharp knife squad so that we can respond to danger at any time. The reason I came here today is under Brother Wang's orders to invite fellow Taoist Qin to become a member of the sharp knife squad." The surrounding people revealed looks of envy. This sharp knife squad was simply a team of masters working together. If they encountered danger, they would be able to respond quickly. And, most importantly, they could fight and also flee. Once an extremely serious danger appeared, the members of the sharp knife squad would have the highest chance of leaving alive. But what left everyone dumbfounded was that, facing this invitation, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then refused. "My apologies, my cultivation is low and I fear I will drag you all down. It is best if I follow behind." Zhang Qin frowned. "Fellow Taoist Qin, will you not reconsider?" Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "My apologies." Zhang Qin's complexion turned cold. He turned and walked away. A moment later, the sharp knife squad was formed. Of all the people invited, besides Qin Yu, no one refused. Thus, the one who refused was particularly conspicuous. Wang Yuanan frowned. He glanced over and then faintly smiled at the many dissatisfied gazes. "It's fine. Everyone has their own ambitions. I can't force them. Humph! Cowardly rats, they don't even dare to face monster beasts. With such a personality, even if they have a bit of cultivation, they are useless. It's better if they don't come. If they join us, they might be a disaster instead. Wang Yuanan cupped his hands together. With everyone's help, I am deeply grateful. You and I will work together to overcome today's difficulties. We will advance and retreat together with Brother Wang. We will slaughter the monster beasts. Everyone was in high spirits. It was clear that everyone understood that if they joined forces, their chances of survival would be much greater. The group rested for a moment before hurrying on their way. The Sharp Knife Squad played an important role. Their speed rapidly increased. There was simply no way to resist them. As a member of the Sharp Blade Squad, he was naturally in the limelight. Several female cultivators in the squad had bright eyes. After a short break, there was even a charming woman who pulled one of the team members away from the team and returned just before they set off. Looking at their flushed faces and lustful expressions, it went without saying what had just happened. The only thing that was not beautiful was that this handsome and burly member of the Sharp Blade team was a little too fast. Of course, these were all insignificant matters. Even though there were many people who saw it, no one had the mood to say anything. According to the map, he wasn't too far from the beast hunting battalion. As long as he passed through the deep and narrow gorge, he would arrive. Wang Yuanan was very cautious. He first sent 2 cultivators with him to investigate, while the team rested for the time being. A moment later, the 2 returned one after the other, shaking their heads to indicate that they were safe. The terrain here is dangerous. Once danger appears, there will be heavy casualties. Dagger Squad, follow me to open a path. Everyone, be careful. Wang Yuanan's words caused everyone to nod. As the leader of the squad, if he was willing to take the lead, then others wouldn't say anything. Thus, Wang Yuanan, who led the Sharp Knife Squad into the gorge, received looks of admiration. Everyone felt that this Brother Wang was a trustworthy person. The gorge was extremely long, and both sides were covered with thick forests and vines. They covered the sky and made it dim. It was unknown how many years had passed, but a thick layer of rotten leaves had accumulated on the ground. As one walked on it, it was soft and occasionally emitted poisonous miasma. Luckily, everyone's cultivation was high and they were careful enough, so no accidents occurred. At the start, everything went smoothly. Several awakened monster beasts faced the Sharp Knife Squad and were easily cut down. The squad gradually entered the middle of the gorge. Qin Yu sniffed the air and furrowed his eyebrows. There seemed to be a strange fishy smell in the air. This was different from the smell of rotten leaf. But as for what it was exactly, he couldn't tell. He only felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu didn't say anything. But in his heart, he became a bit more cautious. After walking forwards for a while, the fishy smell in the air became much lighter. Just as Qin Yu thought he was overthinking things, a sudden change occurred. At the front of the squad, miserable screams rose up. The Sharp Knife Squad that had been looking down on them all seemed as if they had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Flames crazily burned them. But what was strange was that these flames had no effect on the fallen leaves on the ground, the trees on the sides, or the vines. They only attached themselves to flesh and blood and burned them. As long as they were touched, they would be like maggots. No magic arts or supernatural powers could extinguish them. They could only be burned to ashes. In several breaths of time, most of the cultivators of the Sharp Knife Squad had perished in the sea of flames. That cultivator who had moved a bit too quickly was one of them. With panicked screams, the crowd instantly collapsed and they fled backward. At this time, the flames parted on their own and an elegant Kirin beast stepped out. Its eyes were dim, as if it were exhausted. But as it looked around, it still maintained its arrogance and disdain. Even though it had suffered heavy injuries, the Samadhi true fire was still present. It wasn't something that these lowly humans could resist, and they would soon be burned to ashes. Kirin beast. It's the fire Kirin. Screams filled the air with fear and despair. The fire Kirin swept its eyes around and opened its mouth. A soldier was sucked into its mouth, chewed, and swallowed. It stuck out its bright red tongue and swept away the blood around its mouth. A look of joy flashed in the fire Kirin's eyes. To it, these humans that were rich in heaven and earth spiritual strength were living tonic. As long as it could swallow them all, its injuries would be healed. Shwa, flames flashed and the Kirin beast pounced forwards. Its mouth opened wide and wherever it passed, soldiers would be swallowed up. It was unknown who it was, but someone suddenly shouted out, "The Kirin beast is injured. If we join forces, we might be able to kill it." Another voice sounded out, "That's right. If you and I continue to run away like this, we will only be swallowed up by it. We will all die. Since we're all going to die, we might as well go all out. Perhaps we can still live. Kill. Let's go all out." In the crowd, the light of supernatural powers shined and struck the Kirin beast. Its giant body shook and it was actually forced back several steps. This scene caused the eyes of the despairing crowd to brighten. The fire Kirin had really been injured. Let's go all out. If we kill the fire Kirin, not only can we live, but we will also have great harvests. Kill. After finding a new lease of life in a hopeless situation, the strength that erupted from them was inconceivably strong. The fire Kirin was caught off guard and suffered several vicious blows. Its originally crimson eyes turned even redder. Someone as powerful as it had actually been wounded by these weak ants. To the Kirin beast, this was the greatest shame. Roar with a loud roar, flames gathered in the fire Kirin's mouth once more. Samadhi true fire. Hurry and run. A sea of fire instantly bloomed. One by one, the cultivators were buried in the sea of fire and burned to ashes. A look of joy flashed in the fire Kirin's eyes, but there was also a bit of exhaustion. Using the Samadhi true fire in an injured state had indeed consumed a great deal of energy. However, it had no choice but to do this. Only by shocking these humans and causing them to be so terrified that they didn't dare to resist could it swallow them to its heart's content. Although it had lost a great deal of food to the Samadhi true fire, at this time it couldn't care too much about that. The fire Kirin swept its eyes over the panic-stricken cultivators. Its eyes flashed with savagery and it roared once more before rushing forwards. Roar with a pained roar, the fire Kirin tumbled backwards. Several cultivators appeared in front of it, and the one leading them was Wang Yuanan. These people that were thought to have died to the Samadhi true fire were actually alive and well. It seemed that the reason was because of the little shield in Wang Yuanan's hand that was still emitting hot steam. Attack! Finish this quickly! With a loud shout, Wang Yuanan was the first to rush out. Several people followed close behind. The fire Kirin roared again and again. It smashed into the left and right, sending cultivators flying away one after another. However, it was unable to escape. In addition, it had been severely wounded and had continuously stimulated the Samadhi true fire, so it didn't have the strength to do so anymore. Although it was aggressive, if things continued like this it would be killed sooner or later. The fleeing cultivators all revealed looks of pleasant surprise. But as their thoughts raced, their complexions stiffened. No one was stupid. Wang Yuanan had commanded them all along the way. After encountering the fire Kirin, the sharp knife squad had nearly been completely annihilated, but he and his trusted subordinates had managed to come out unscathed. If someone said that there wasn't something fishy going on here, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. But even if they suspected something, they had no evidence. Moreover, saying such things now was no different from seeking death. They all lowered their heads and swallowed their words. Everyone, the fire Kirin is extremely strong. We have been attacking it for a long time and haven't been able to take it down. If other powerful monster beasts are drawn over, it will be difficult for us to escape this calamity. Wang Yuanan jumped out of the battle circle. He turned and shouted, "So, I ask everyone to attack together. After we kill the fire Kirin, everyone will benefit." The crowd hesitated. Wang Yuanan narrowed his eyes. "What? You don't want to attack? Are you waiting for my brother to go all out and then reap the benefits? At worst, I'll just turn around and leave." This was a threat. Everyone's eyes flashed with fear. If Wang Yuanan and the others really left, they feared they wouldn't even be enough to be swallowed by the fire Kirin. "Hold on, that's not what we mean. Everyone, let's help Brother Wang." "That's right." Cultivators turned and returned to the battlefield one after another. Wang Yuanan's eyes flashed with smug satisfaction. Even if they knew his intentions, they still had to obediently allow him to manipulate them. He swept his eyes over a figure and frowned. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, where are you going?" Qin Yu turned around. He lightly said, "My cultivation is low, so I won't delay you from killing the fire Kirin. Farewell." As he finished speaking, his figure flickered several times and he vanished from sight. "Young master, this person doesn't know what's good for him. Do you want me to?" a cultivator asked, his expression grim. Wang Yuanan coldly snorted. "Whatever. Killing the fire Kirin is more important now. It won't be too late to settle accounts with him in the future." Chapter 279. During this period of time, Qin Yu had been placed under house arrest in the Yu family. Through his handphone, he had gained a much better understanding of the land of divinity and demons. For instance, the wilderness he was in right now. The land of divinity and demons had a brilliant cultivation civilization. Countless large and small countries had been established, and these countries were formed by cultivators. Their strength was naturally inconceivably formidable. But even with such formidable strength, they still weren't able to completely control this vast and boundless world. As for the territories that weren't controlled, they were the world of monster beasts and were collectively referred to as the wilderness. For instance, the southern Overwatch Pass was a military city on the edge of the country. It was only because it was deep in the wilderness that monster beasts would often attack it. If it were in the hinterlands of a country, the monster beasts would have been killed off or they would have gathered in a small number of areas. The environment would be extremely safe. According to Qin Yu's judgment, his current position should be deep in the wilderness. He could encounter monster beasts at any time. With his cultivation, he didn't fear ordinary monster beasts. But, if he were to encounter a divine soul or blue sea realm super monster beast, he might not even have a chance to escape. So, the most important thing right now was to find the location of the beast hunting battalion. As long as he entered the camp, he would be temporarily safe. Qin Yu took out the crystal. After pouring his divine sense into it, a vague guidance appeared. This was to prevent the crystal from being obtained by monster beasts and directly threatening the safety of the beast hunting battalion. Only by approaching a certain range and confirming his identity would he be able to obtain the true location of the beast hunting battalion. After carefully sensing for a moment, Qin Yu determined the approximate location. He carefully put away the crystal and was about to hurry on his way. But then, he suddenly frowned and turned to look behind him. He saw a mass of crimson flames flying towards him at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, ancient trees would be burnt to ashes. The terrifying burning aura left one startled. Fire Kirin. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He never thought that the fire Kirin that was being chased would actually escape here. After carefully looking at it several times, his heart raced. This fire Kirin had clearly suffered heavy injuries. Now that it had fled here, it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. In particular, the ruthlessly burning flames around its body were weakening. Although he hadn't entered the beast hunting battalion yet, Qin Yu had already learned of its rules from Tianyun. The Beast Hunting Battalion had beast hunting points that were obtained by hunting monster beasts. And with beast hunting points, one could exchange them for all treasures in the entire military system. This included the first-grade lotus that could directly enhance a cultivator's talent. One reason Qin Yu joined the Beast Hunting Battalion was to avoid the eyes and ears of the Yu family, but another important reason was to find a way to exchange for a first-grade lotus. Within the land of divinity and demons, there were countless heavenly treasures, and the number of geniuses that were born was incalculable. If one wanted to stand out and become a powerhouse, while the little blue lamp was a peerless weapon, one's own talent was also of utmost importance. Otherwise, one's growth speed would be greatly reduced. Although he didn't know what rank this fire qilin was, there was no doubt that it was a high-level monster beast. If he could kill it, he would be able to obtain a great deal of hunter points before he even entered the Beast Hunting Battalion. To Qin Yu, this was a great temptation. As he was hesitating, the fire Kirin that was fleeing in a sorry state had already made a choice for him. It struggled to break out of the encirclement. After fleeing here, it was like a lamp without oil. A weak human cultivator had suddenly appeared in front of him, so what was there to hesitate about? Devour him! Roar with a roar, the fire qilin charged forward. Under the threat of death, it actually erupted with considerable strength in this desperate situation. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Bang! Crimson flames instantly ignited. His entire body was like a blazing meteor as he cut through the endless skies and smashed into the fire qilin. With a loud explosion, the fire qilin was sent tumbling backwards. Its eyes widened, as if it never imagined that a human that was as weak as an ant in front of it would suddenly possess such terrifying strength. Then, a sharp pain transmitted from its chest and abdomen, rapidly drawing out the last remnants of its strength. With an unwilling roar, the fire qilin's massive body crashed to the ground. Qin Yu staggered and his face paled. The 5-element swords in his hands scattered. In order to kill the fire qilin in the shortest time possible, he had paid a considerable price. With a flick of his sleeves, the fire qilin's corpse vanished from sight. Qin Yu turned and left, vanishing in several flashes. Soon, several figures flew over. Wang Yuanan's complexion paled and his eyes were filled with hatred. Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to steal away my fire qilin? Behind him, a cultivator quickly stepped forwards. Young master, I will help you find this person. He lifted a hand and bit down on his finger. Then, a dark red line appeared between his eyebrows and an eye appeared. It opened and emitted a misty light. In the next moment, within this light, everything that happened just now was clearly displayed. The fire qilin had fled here and was killed and taken away by someone, Qin Yu. Wang Yuanan stubbornly stared at the figure in the image. I want you dead. Bang! He exploded forwards, chasing in the direction that Qin Yu had left in. In the highest heavens, endless astral winds roared and howled. They were as sharp as blades, capable of cutting apart any living being that entered. Space seemed as if it couldn't withstand the might of the astral winds. Because of this, space began to distort and blur. One could faintly make out a floating mountain in front of them. It was hidden in the eye of the astral winds, wrapped in a faint layer of light so that it wasn't affected by the astral winds outside. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this floating mountain was constantly moving along with the howling astral winds. At the peak of the floating mountain, an iron tower rose up from the ground. The crystal at the tip of the tower shined with a dazzling light, transmitting invisible signals like ripples in water to every corner of the floating mountain. Then, these signals were received by all sorts of equipment and transformed into wonderful images and sound. A new batch of beast hunters is on their way here. According to the traditions of the Beast Hunting Battalion, they are undergoing a rigorous examination. I wonder how many people will be able to smoothly arrive at the camp. We will be waiting to see. The newcomer examination is nearing its end. Out of consideration for fairness, we haven't interfered at all. Thus, this station still doesn't know the exact situation. But we have already sent reporters to the transmission station. Once the newcomers arrive, we will immediately bring you a complete report. Regarding the loss rate of the rookies, it has already been opened for several days. Now, the betting situation is very hot. According to this station's exclusive news, 50% loss rate is the highest, followed by 60% loss rate. It looks like everyone doesn't have much confidence in the rookies this time. Half a month ago, the fire Kirin that was severely wounded by the combined efforts of 3 hunting squads has already escaped. Because Kirin beasts are innately cruel and vengeful, in order to avoid future losses, the beast hunting platform has issued an urgent message to increase the number of points marked by the fire Kirin. The vast majority of beast hunters are urged to take action and kill the fire Kirin while it is at its weakest. Giant screens on the streets, crystals hanging indoors, small handphones in palms, all types of communication equipment were broadcasting this information. Although they weren't the same, most of them were closely related to hunting beasts. That was because this floating mountain was the illustrious and famous beast hunting battalion. Countless monster beasts hated this place to the bone, and they had scoured the wilderness to no avail. Who would have thought that it would be hidden within the astral winds of the 9 heavens? At this time, in a large residence within the beast hunting battalion, a middle-aged cultivator wearing blue chain armor with 2 white temples frowned as he put down the satellite phone in his hands. A gloomy light flashed in his eyes. After several breaths of silence, he picked up the red encrypted phone on the table and dialed. Soon, the call connected. The middle-aged cultivator slowly said, "Temporarily block off the transmission array. All those who arrive are to be temporarily imprisoned. Carefully investigate and determine their identity." After hanging up, the middle-aged cultivator stood up. He took a helmet from the coat rack and put it on. To arbitrarily block off the transmission array, even with his status, he still needed to make a prompt explanation. Soon, the middle-aged cultivator arrived in front of another large residence. The guard hurriedly bowed and welcomed him in. Behind the desk, a cultivator who was drawing put down his brush. He smiled and said, "Brother Jingzhe, how come you have the free time to come here today?" Yuan Jingzhe smiled. "The reason I came to see the commander is for official business." His expression was solemn. "I obtained news that the monster beasts might have placed spies within this batch of newcomers in an attempt to infiltrate the beast hunting battalion. In order to avoid any accidents, I have already ordered for the transmission array to be temporarily blocked and for a careful investigation. According to the rumors of the outside world, the commander of the beast hunting battalion was a fiendish monster who resembled a butcher. He didn't resemble the elegant and calm man in front of him at all." He furrowed his eyebrows and then smiled. "If that's the case, then Brother Jingzhe's handling this matter is extremely appropriate. I have no objections." Yuan Jingzhe stood up and bowed. "Commander, rest assured that I will handle this as soon as possible so that it doesn't cause any more problems." Qin Yu stopped. He carefully looked around and determined that the direction he sensed was in the mountain range in front of him. The beast hunting battalion was here? Shwar, his figure flashed and he flew in. "Who goes there?" With a loud shout, several people jumped out from behind the thistles and thorns. Their expressions were cold and their eyes were bright, and they emitted an awe-inspiring pressure. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. These people had been hiding here and he hadn't noticed them at all. He quickly cupped his hands together and said, "I am Qin Yu, a new beast hunter. This is my proof of identity." He took out a token and handed it over. A cultivator took it, looked at it carefully, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you alone?" Qin Yu said, "I was attacked by monster beasts on the way and was separated from the main group." He passed through the wilderness alone and arrived at the camp's transmission array. The several cultivators across from him were a bit more surprised and their expressions softened. We just received orders from the camp to temporarily close the transmission array in order to prevent monster beasts from attacking. Wait here for a moment. Once the transmission array is restored, you may enter the camp. Powerhouses, no matter where they went, were respected. This was especially true for the beast hunting battalion. Qin Yu frowned. The transmission array was closed? How could there be such a coincidence? He was just about to arrive and the transmission array was stopped. Could it be? A bit of gloominess surged in his heart, but his complexion didn't change much. He nodded and was led into the tent. At the same time, several hundred miles away from the mountain peak, Wang Yuanan took out his satellite handphone. He looked down at the news he just received and diabolically grinned. We found him. Several subordinates were overjoyed. Where is this person? Transmission Mountain. Ah, he's actually so fast. The subordinate was startled. Wang Yuanan hesitated for a moment and then sneered. It's just luck. With his nascent soul cultivation, do you think he can stir up any waves in front of us? A subordinate revealed a worried expression. But he has already arrived at the transmission mountain. By the time we arrive, I fear he will have already entered the beast hunting battalion. Wang Yuanan lightly said, Uncle has temporarily sealed off the transmission array. He can't go anywhere. He looked up, his eyes filled with cruelty. Qin Yu, you dare to steal my monster beasts? You are dead. Whoosh. Chapter 280. An hour later, they could see the transmission mountain in the distance. Shuar, two cultivators flew out from the forest. They respectfully bowed. Greetings, young master. Wang Yuanan stopped. He asked, Are you my uncle's people? We were ordered by the general to wait here for young master. The two respectfully said. Wang Yuanan went straight to the point. Where is he? He is in the tent. Lead the way. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. He suddenly frowned. As he opened his eyes, he saw that the tent had been opened from the outside. Wang Yuanan strode in. He coldly said, Qin Yu, you never thought we would meet again here. Qin Yu's expression didn't change. Fellow Taoist Wang, what is the meaning of this? A subordinate shouted out, You're still pretending. You stole my family's young master's fire Kirin. Do you think this matter will end like this? Qin Yu secretly frowned. When he killed the fire Kirin, there was no one around, so how did they know? The subordinate coldly sneered. He opened the eye between his eyebrows and a brilliant light shot out, clearly displaying the scene of the fire Kirin's death. What else do you have to say? Gloominess flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He never thought that there would be such supernatural powers in this world that could reconstruct what had happened. His complexion sank before he calmed down. That's right, I was the one who killed the fire Kirin. Brat, it's good that you admit it. Obediently hand over the fire Kirin, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Another subordinate shouted out. Qin Yu lightly said, I was the one who killed the fire Kirin, so it naturally belongs to me. Insolence. If it weren't for my family's young master severely wounding that beast, do you think you could kill the fire Kirin with your strength? Let me tell you, obediently hand it over so that you don't suffer more. Wang Yuanan lifted a hand, preventing his subordinate from speaking. Qin Yu, hand over the fire Kirin and we will write off everything from before, otherwise. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Qin Yu frowned. The transmission mountain is already under the jurisdiction of the beast hunting battalion. Do you still dare to steal it? Wang Yuanan laughed. I naturally wouldn't dare to steal it, but if you die, who will speak nonsense? Perhaps we might even be able to obtain the merit of killing a monster beast spy. He flicked his sleeves, attack. As he shouted just now, the auras of several nearby subordinates erupted at the same time. The air suddenly became thick and sticky, covering Qin Yu like a swamp. A trace of pride flashed in Wang Yuanan's eyes. Did he really think he had the patience to talk so much nonsense? Anyone who dared to steal his fire Qilin was doomed to die, and no one could save them. Schwa, he took a step forwards and raised his hand. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grasped at Qin Yu's head. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Wang Yuanan's eyes widened in shock. He staggered back, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. Qin Yu retreated even faster. He borrowed the force of the shaking to tear apart the imprisoning strength around him. With a flash of light, he smashed through the tent. Wang Yuanan was enraged. "Capture him!" Qin Yu shouted out loud. With his cultivation galvanizing, his voice spread far and wide. "Wang Yuanan, how bold of you! You actually want to kill your companion and steal his treasure." The entire teleportation mountain was startled, as over 10 figures arrived at the scene. "Who dares to make such a ruckus and violate military rules? Do you not want to live?" The bearded man roared out, his single eye flashing with a cold, killing intent. Qin Yu quickly cupped his hands together. "I am Qin Yu, a new beast hunter. I was originally traveling with Wang Yuanan and the others, but I never thought they would try to steal my treasure and try to kill me. I had no choice but to shout for help. I ask for my lord's forgiveness." The man's eyes widened. "Plotting to kill your companion. The reason he was blinded in the past was because he had been betrayed. In his life, he hated this sort of person the most, so his face filled with cruelty." The 2 cultivators who brought Wang Yuanan in all had bitter expressions as they rushed over. They blocked the several people behind him and said in a low voice, "Young master, please don't do anything." Wang Yuanan roared, "Get out of the way! No one dares to steal my things." The 2 cultivators only blocked him. They cursed in their hearts as they felt a headache coming on. Not only had several people gone in, but they had also caused such a ruckus. If it were anyone else they wouldn't care, but the one-eyed dragon in front of them, Tong Hanshan, was an illustrious and famous figure in the beast-hunting battalion. He was known to be lawless and difficult to deal with. Today's matter had been discovered by him. If they didn't handle it well, not only would they suffer, but even the general would be implicated. Tong Hanshan narrowed his eyes. "Who is he?" Reporting to Commandant Tong, Su Yuanan is General Yuan's nephew. He came with the other beast hunters to gain experience in the battalion. "This fellow Taoist Qin Yu should only be a misunderstanding," a cultivator said with a smile. Tong Hanshan's complexion darkened. Yuan Jingzhe, within the entire beast-hunting battalion, there were less than a handful of people in charge, and this person was one of them. Although he was ranked towards the back, his strength wasn't something he could compare with. To offend Yuan Jingzhe for a stranger wasn't worth it. But, since he had interfered in today's matters, if he were to be scared away by a mere name, then he would lose all face. As he hesitated, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Thank you for your help, Commandant Tong. I think about it carefully, I really did misunderstand Brother Wang. He shouldn't have any ill intentions towards me. Yes, this is definitely a misunderstanding." As this person spoke, he winked at Qin Yu. Wang Yuanan wasn't an idiot. From the expressions of these 2 people, he could tell that this surname Tong wasn't easy to deal with. If they were to fight, there would likely be trouble. But as he thought about how the fire Kirin had been snatched away by Qin Yu, he felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He found it hard to breathe. He clenched his teeth and said, "That's right, it was a misunderstanding." Tong Hanshan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This boy was quite tactful. He lightly said, "That's for the best. Be more careful in the future and don't casually stir up any trouble." He turned and led his people away. Qin Yu bowed. As he stood up, Wang Yuanan clenched his teeth, his face cold. But now, he couldn't casually attack again. "We're leaving." He angrily led his people away. What happened at the transmission mountain was like a small splash in a long river. It didn't cause any great waves and soon vanished from sight. One day later, the transmission array was restored. Qin Yu, Wang Yuanan, and the others, as well as the new beast hunters that arrived, vanished in a flash of light. Over 80% of the new batch of beast hunters had died. Only 17 people arrived at the camp. After the news was confirmed, there was a great deal of sorrow. Those that made bets naturally made a great profit. After compensating several lucky fellows, their mouths were still covered in grease. Originally, there were many beast hunters that were prepared to find trouble with these 17 people. They had caused them to lose points, so it was natural for them to be taught a lesson. However, when news of the newcomers encountering the fire Kirin spread out, the beast hunters fell silent. They expressed their sympathy and condolences, thinking that it wasn't easy for 17 of them to survive. However, as this news spread out, there was also the news that some lucky boy had really managed to kill the fire Kirin and even made it to the camp alive. This time, it really left others envious and drooling. The fire Kirin itself was a high-level monster beast with the potential to become a monster king. After killing it, one could obtain rich rewards. Moreover, not too long ago, the beast hunting platform had added another piece of news. In order to avoid future retaliation from the fire Kirin, the monster hunters that killed it could obtain even more points. It was said that the entire team of newcomers had fought with the fire Kirin and suffered heavy casualties. Then, some boy called Chin Yu had picked up the profits. What the F***ck, what a lucky bastard! And most importantly, why didn't I have any? However, he was just a newcomer. Even if he killed the fire Kirin, he might not know just how precious it was. Thus, in the camp that was specially prepared for the newcomers and had the worst environment, many people immediately gathered. A large fellow casually grabbed a cultivator on the side of the road. He said in a muffled voice, "Boy, where is that Chin Yu?" His face flushed red. In front of this large fellow, he felt as weak as a piece of straw. He gulped and hurriedly said, "In front of us, that black tent." Puff! Before he finished speaking, he was tossed to the ground. The large fellow strode forwards and arrived in front of the tent. He rushed in and swept his eyes around. "Who is Chin Yu?" Chin Yu frowned. He stood up and cupped his hands together. "I am. May I ask what this senior is here for?" Facing a divine soul realm cultivator, he naturally had to be respectful. The large fellow directly said, "I heard that when you came, you killed a fire Kirin. I just happen to need the blood of a fire Kirin to cultivate, so sell it to me." His tone was unquestionable. Chin Yu's heart sank. Under the shining eyes of the large fellow, he felt as if there was a blade pressing down on his back. It was clear that if he refused, this person wouldn't give up. At this time, the tent was opened again. "Who is Chin Yu?" The large fellow's complexion changed. He turned and said, "Yang Baijan, you are too late. The fire Kirin is mine." Yang Baijan wore mottled armor and his withered body looked common. But a divine light occasionally flashed in his eyes, causing one's heart to tremble like an arrow. "Yours? Then take it out." Chin Yu's thoughts stirred. He respectfully said, "Junior Chin Yu greets Senior Yang." Yang Baijan smiled. "You are Chin Yu? Is the fire Kirin in your hands?" Chin Yu nodded. "Yes. That's good. Sell the fire Kirin to me. What do you want? Just say it." Yang Baijan waved his hand. The large fellow was enraged. A wild aura broke out from his body, and he seemed to instantly transform into a great beast. "Yang Baijan, don't go too far. I came here first, so the fire Kirin naturally belongs to me." Yang Baijan responded with equal harshness. A swift and fierce spear intent soared into the skies, as if it could pierce through the world. "There's no need to speak of such nonsense like first come first serve. If you want to fight, then I will accompany you." Cough cough, the two of you are quite angry. How about we sit down and discuss who the fire Kirin belongs to? Another person stepped into the tent. The auras of 3 divine soul realm cultivators faintly clashed. The air was so heavy that it seemed as if it would drip water. The newcomers in the tent nearly shed tears. "Just what are you doing?" Not too far away, Wang Yuanan was gnashing his teeth so hard that they nearly broke. He howled inwardly, "Mine, this is mine, it should be mine. Damn you Qin Yu, you bastard, I will never let you off." But his eyes couldn't help but fall onto the divine soul powerhouse that just entered the tent. He hoped that this person could smoothly buy the fire Kirin. To him, this was far too important. No matter what price he had to pay, he couldn't allow any accidents to occur. Chapter 281. The big fellow was the first to quote a price. "Qin Yu, I will give you 1,000 points. Give me the fire Kirin." Many of the beast hunters that were attracted here sucked in a breath of cold air, envy in their eyes. Heavens, 1,000 points! One had to hunt down 50 nascent soul-level monster beasts in order to obtain that amount. This was a shocking amount of money. Yang Baijian sneered. "You want to obtain the fire Kirin for 1,000 points? I bid 1,500 points. Qin Yu, I won't lie to you. You absolutely won't suffer a loss if you buy the fire Kirin at this price." The big fellow's eyes widened in anger. But he had just exchanged for a body transformation arcane technique some time ago, and the 1,000 points he had were borrowed. He couldn't increase the price any further. He clenched his teeth. "Qin Yu, if you give me the fire Kirin, I will give you a squad member spot in addition to 1,000 points. You can directly join my squad. Not only will your safety increase, but you will be able to hunt monster beasts in the future and obtain a steady stream of points." Yang Baijian furrowed his eyebrows. A squad member spot was an enormous price. After all, in order to join their beast hunting squad, one had to be an experienced hunter. Moreover, there was a strict requirement for strength. But at this time, before he could speak, the divine soul realm cultivator who came in last smiled. "Qin Yu, although you can obtain more points in a high-level beast hunting squad, you will also need to face all sorts of dangers. With your cultivation, I fear the dangers will be extremely high. So, I don't recommend you accept this seemingly generous condition." Wang Yuanan's eyes brightened. This person was truly worthy of being his uncle's advisor. His methods were swift and fierce. With just a few words, he had severed Yang Baijian's greatest support. Then, as long as he promised them benefits, how could Qin Yu not agree? As expected, this person's smile became even more relaxed. He continued to say, "I can give you 3,000 points. This price is almost acceptable. If you can purchase a Monster King-level monster beast, you will definitely make a great profit. How about it? Do you want to sell the fire Kirin to me?" Qin Yu was well aware that there was something about the fire Kirin that he didn't know. Otherwise, how could a high-level monster beast attract so many powerhouses to chase after it at such a high price? Instinctively, he didn't want to sell the fire Kirin. But with 3 divine soul realm powerhouses surrounding him, if he really refused, there would be great trouble. For a time, he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. He could only reveal a hesitant expression, as if he were deep in thought. He hoped that if he dragged things out a bit longer, there would be a favorable turn. In the worst-case scenario, if he really wanted to sell the fire Qilin, the longer he delayed, the more experts he would attract, and the higher the chance he would be able to sell it at a high price. Yang Baijian shouted out loud, "Qin Yu, I will give you 2,000 points as well as the status of a squad member. You have to be clear about this. If you miss this chance, you will need at least 2 years to become a member of a high-level beast hunter squad." The big fellow's eyes darkened. "I need the fire Kirin to cultivate. If you help me, then I will naturally look after you in the camp in the future." There was a deeper meaning to his words. If Lin Ming refused, then he would have to be careful in the future. A naked threat. Humph. Chun Tian, this is the Beast Hunting Battalion, a place with rules. Don't go too far. The last divine soul realm cultivator said in a low voice, "Qin Yu, make your decision. I want to see just who dares to move against you." These words sounded very impressive, but in reality, there was not the slightest bit of reality. It was completely empty talk. Qin Yu's complexion was bitter. he had a worried and fearful expression on his face. He was rapidly weighing his options, trying to decide just what to do. At this time, a light voice sounded out from outside the tent. "Three captains, it seems you are in quite a good mood." The complexions of Yang Baijan and the others changed. They revealed looks of shock and quickly turned to leave. They cupped their hands together and bowed. "Greetings, Counselor Su." There were staff officers in the army, but most of them had low statuses and were dependent on others. This Mr. Su Jiao was also one of the staff officers. However, the one Su Jiao served was the Lord Commander of the Beast Hunting Battalion, and he was also highly regarded by the commander. His status was no trifling matter, thus he was respectfully addressed as Counselor Su. Su Jiao cupped his hands together. "I am here on the orders of the commander to ask Qin Yu, the one who killed the fire Kirin, whether or not he has finished his preparations to hand it over to the beast hunting platform." Wang Yuanan's complexion paled. He never thought that the Lord Commander would intervene at such a critical moment. He hurriedly winked at his uncle's subordinate, but that divine soul realm cultivator simply lowered his head, as if he didn't know what was going on. This nearly caused his lungs to explode with rage. The big fellow changed his rude and overbearing attitude and smiled kindly. "Since this is the will of the commander, I will naturally make way. I was a bit rash before, so I asked Counselor Su to explain on my behalf." Yang Baijan nodded again and again. "That's right." Su Jiao faintly smiled. "The actions of the three captains are also reasonable. I'm sure the Lord Commander will understand." As he spoke, he cupped his hands together. "May I ask, who is Qin Yu?" Qin Yu respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Counselor Su." Su Jiao swept his eyes around and revealed a bit of surprise. He immediately composed himself and said, "Qin Yu, the Lord Commander has sent out a message on the beast hunting platform. Anyone who kills the fire Kirin will obtain 800 points and will also have a chance to make a request to the Lord Commander. Of course, this request must be within a reasonable range. I came here today on the orders of the Lord Commander to ask you whether or not you are willing to hand over the fire Kirin's corpse and receive the reward from the platform." Everyone revealed looks of envy. Wang Yuanan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He wished he could use his eyes to tear Qin Yu to pieces. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why so many people had taken a liking to his fire Kirin. The most important point was that reasonable request. This request was limited to a reasonable range, and the options were much greater. It was far more valuable than 1,000, 2,000, or even 3,000 points. If so, then the price that Yang Baijan and the other two divine soul realm martial artists had put forth was simply taking him for a fool. However, in a situation where their strengths weren't balanced, this sort of thing was normal. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. After a moment of silence, he bowed and said, "Qin Yu is willing to hand over the fire Kirin." This was necessary. Not only could he extricate himself from his current predicament, but he could also obtain the greatest benefits. Although Yang Baijan and the other two knew that as long as Qin Yu wasn't an idiot, he would definitely agree, they still couldn't help but reveal looks of disappointment. Qin Yu continued to say, "It's just that this junior will need to consider the specific request." Su Jiao smiled. This opportunity is precious. You do need to consider it carefully." He paused for a moment and said, "How about this? Tonight you can stay at the inn. I'll give you a night of quiet time to think about what you want. Tomorrow the Lord Commander will summon you." Qin Yu hurriedly nodded. His eyes swept around and he discovered that the envy in many people's eyes had suddenly deepened. An inn, wasn't that a place to stay? Was there a need to be like this? When Qin Yu was led to the place, he finally understood why those beast hunters would reveal such envious and hateful looks. An inn was indeed a place to stay, but it wasn't simply a place to stay. Amidst the waning lights, there was a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere. The beautiful women sitting on the railings seemed to have countless little hooks in their eyes, making it hard for one to control their mind and soul. The guide had a face full of envy. "Counselor Su has already arranged everything for you today. If you have any requests, feel free to ask." He turned and left. Qin Yu was immediately warmly led into the inn. But what left the beautiful mulberry madam disappointed was that this young and strong man, who looked like a dragon or a tiger, as well as a tender and delicious man, didn't reveal the slightest change in his expression. He refused the banquet and girls that she had arranged for him, only wanting a room that was absolutely quiet. He pushed open the door and waved the servant away. Then Qin Yu closed the door, leaving behind all the noise outside. He sat down cross-legged and began to think about what request he should make that would be the most advantageous to him. Time slowly passed. The door remained closed. The eyes of the Madame Mulberry that had been observing the entire time flashed with surprise, followed by a light appreciation. This place of hers was known as a brothel of pleasure, where even an iron rod could be ground into a needle. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Whether it was the decorations or the air, the aphrodisiacs that were constantly burning were able to stir up a man's desire to the greatest extent. To be able to remain motionless and calm his mind, this person couldn't be considered simple. The Madame Mulberry waved her hand. She called for a servant and said a few words. The servant respectfully bowed and hurried away. Soon, Mr. Su Jiao, who was reading a book, received the news. After a moment of silence, he faintly smiled. This junior was actually a smart person. The next day arrived as scheduled. In the room, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. A sharp light flashed in them, and he revealed a light smile. He finally thought of how he should put forward his request to this Lord Commander. There was a knock on the door. When it opened, it was the soldier that had brought Qin Yu here yesterday. This person had a strange expression. He looked at Qin Yu several times and said, "Please follow me." He first saw Su Jiao. At the beginning of his work, he had waited a long time before he was granted an audience with the commander. However, Qin Yu didn't dare to have any objections. As the person with the highest authority within the beast-hunting battalion, obtaining an audience with him had already far surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. The entire way was heavily guarded. After pushing open the door, Qin Yu saw the legendary Lord Commander. He was a gentle and scholarly handsome man. He looked to be in his 30s and had an elegant demeanor. "Brother Su, is this the Qin Yu who killed the fire Kirin?" Although Su Jiao was gentle to others, he was incomparably arrogant to the bones. But at this time, he slightly bowed and respectfully said, reporting to the commander, "He is Qin Yu." Qin Yu hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Lord Commander." His heart shook. At first glance, this Lord Commander looked very ordinary. However, if one were to sense him carefully, he would be filled with fear. His entire person was like a great sea. When he was calm and gentle, he didn't feel anything at all. But once he was enraged, there would be monstrous waves that would destroy all. Blue Sea Realm. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary Blue Sea Realm. Qin Yu didn't know how strong the Lord Commander was, but there was one thing he was sure of. The Lord Commander was absolutely the strongest powerhouse he had ever seen in his life. The commander's eyes flashed. Qin Yu stiffened. He suddenly felt as if his entire being was being seen through. Not bad. No wonder he could kill the fire Kirin. He had clearly sensed something. Chapter 282. The commander smiled. "That's enough, don't be so nervous. The reason I called you here today is to ask you what request you have. I can promise that as long as it is reasonable, I will agree to it." Su Jiao's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought for a moment and then said with a deep meaning in his voice, "Qin Yu, you must have heard the Lord Commander's words. You must consider them carefully." Qin Yu nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Counselor Su." He bowed and earnestly said, "Lord Commander, Qin Yu hopes that I can obtain your special permission not to join any hunting squads. The commander's expression didn't change. Are you saying that I have the right to act independently? Qin Yu respectfully nodded. At this time, even the Lord Commander revealed a look of surprise. Su Jiao frowned. He said, Qin Yu, do you know that everyone in the beast hunting battalion has a minimum audit quota that they must complete every month? I already knew about this before I came. Then, do you know that monster beasts run rampant in the wilderness? Powerful monster beasts are incalculable? If you walk alone and aren't careful, you will be beyond redemption. Qin Yu was solemn. This junior knows. This answer was the same as expressing his attitude. Su Jiao's frown deepened. He didn't speak further. The Lord Commander slowly said, Very well, I agree to your request. But, as long as you fail to complete the audit every month, you will be punished and your privileges will be revoked. You will have to rejoin the beast hunting squad. Qin Yu bowed. Thank you, Lord Commander. The commander waved his hand. Qin Yu drew back several steps and left. Su Jiao didn't send him off. After Qin Yu left, he respectfully said, Lord Commander, do you know why he made such a request? The commander smiled. He lightly said, Perhaps it's because he doesn't feel safe. You should also know about Yuan Jingzhi's interference, so you should be able to think of some reason. Su Jiao was startled. Commander is wise and farsighted. If so, then this Qin Yu has some other treasure in his hands that he doesn't want others to know about. The commander helplessly shook his head. To think that this sort of inferior flattery was actually done by you. It seems your methods have fallen too far. He narrowed his eyes, a light smile on his lips. Demon body, if he was worth cultivating, then he could pay more attention to him in the future. Qin Yu left the commander's office. Under the guidance of someone, he handed over the Fire Kirin's corpse and obtained 900 points as well as some essential items for a beast hunter. A cell phone, a point card, a map of the demonic beasts, and a set of black beast hunter robes. Ignoring everything else, this beast hunter's robe was of exceptionally good quality. Furthermore, it had an astonishing ability to conceal one's aura. In the wilderness, this robe might be able to save his life. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. May I ask how I can exchange points for items? The logistics department cultivator lightly said. The phone is pre-installed with the exchange app. Once you find it, open it, bind it to your points card, and you can exchange. Qin Yu lowered his head and operated. Sure enough, it was fast and convenient. He smiled and cupped his hands together to bid his farewells. Because he had obtained the special privilege of moving alone, he lived in a separate courtyard. This was already the treatment of a high-level beast hunter. Therefore, Yang Baijian was one of his neighbors. Seeing Qin Yu move in, his eyes subconsciously widened. As he thought about the Lord Commander's interference, he immediately thought he had guessed something. This Qin Yu seemed to have an extraordinary background. There was an extremely powerful array formation in the courtyard. Once it was activated, it could isolate the aura inside and outside, and it would not be affected in the slightest. Qin Yu took out his handphone and opened the exchange app once more. He typed in the words Ancient Alchemy Book and began to search. In the blink of an eye, countless lines of detailed information appeared on the screen. Alchemy Detailed Explanation. The author was an alchemy master from the Qi Empire's Great Alchemy Sect, the Blue Sky Sect, 3,000 years ago. This book recorded in detail what he had learned and comprehended during his early years in alchemy. Although there were many parts that weren't detailed, it was still a rare ancient alchemy book. Priced at 1,000 points. Minor Heavenly Cycle. This ancient alchemy book had been passed down for over 5,000 years. The specific author could not be verified. This ancient book blazed a unique path and used monster beast flesh and blood to refine pills, allowing the pill to strengthen the mortal body. Priced at 800 points. Yellow Court Codex. It was rumored that it came from the hands of the Yellow Court Great Emperor. Up until now, only the first, third, and seventh chapters remained. The rest had been destroyed and lost. It recorded 70 alchemy technique, priced at 600 points. Primary pill collection. Taoist Dongpa had spent 100 years collecting 800 pill recipes. It recorded many pill refinement methods in detail. Priced at 700 points. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. There really was one. He didn't hesitate to exchange for it. After tapping the screen several times, there were only 200 points left on his bound points card. Then, he received a call. After answering it, a pleasant female voice sounded out. Respected beast hunter Qin Yu, your exchange has been accepted. The primary pill collection will be delivered to you within an hour. I wish you a happy life. An hour later, a sword light landed outside his door. Qin Yu opened the courtyard door. The sword cultivator outside handed over a metal box. Beast hunter Qin Yu, this is what you exchanged for. Please take the verification code. Qin Yu thought about the message he received on his handphone just now. When he opened it, there was indeed a set of messy and disorderly numbers. The sword cultivator pressed the metal box and a beam of light shot out from the top. It fell onto the messy numbers on the screen, and with a light cracking sound, it slowly opened. A sealed book appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. The sword cultivator gestured for Qin Yu to take it. He cupped his hands together and said, "The delivery has been completed. Goodbye." Whoosh, his figure shot into the skies. Qin Yu didn't have time to sigh. The sword cultivator responsible for delivering the book was actually at the Divine Soul realm. He closed the courtyard door and quickly returned to his room. He tore open the seal and the book's true appearance was revealed. The yellowish pages carried with them a rich aura of the years. It was clear it had existed for a long time. On the page, the words, "Primary Pill Collection," emitted a faintly discernible aura. Qin Yu opened it and the book immediately emitted a bright light. Words flew up and fused into the point between his eyebrows. A moment later, the light faded away. The book in Qin Yu's hand trembled and then shattered into powder. He opened his eyes and a sharp light flashed in them. Qin Yu smiled. The contents of this primary pill collection had been completely branded into his mind. The countless pill recipes contained within were incomparably exquisite. With these pill recipes in hand, Qin Yu could gather spiritual plants in the wilderness and then use the little blue lamp to refine them into pills. After swallowing and refining them, his cultivation would rapidly rise. The nascent soul realm was considered the peak of the world in the land of exiles, but in the land of divinity and demons, they could barely be considered masters. Compared to the golden cores of the land of exiles, they were even a bit worse. Although improving one's martial talent was crucial and involved his future achievements, Qin Yu had to ensure he had enough strength to continue living. Only then could he consider more. Because of this, he had used a precious request to obtain the right to move freely. This was to make things more convenient for him. Of course, Qin Yu was well aware of the dangers in the wilderness that Su Jiao spoke of. But, he believed that with his own aura-restraining methods, there shouldn't be any problems as long as he was a bit more cautious. This was because he simply didn't care about how much monster beasts he hunted. He only needed to complete the minimum assessment requirement. Most of his energy and time was spent on searching for spiritual plants to refine pills and increasing his cultivation. The fire Kirin was completely hopeless. Wang Yuanan's resentment towards Qin Yu had reached the limit. If it weren't for his uncle's guarantee that he would help him with other methods, Wang Yuanan feared, he would have rushed forwards and turned Qin Yu into dregs. Although he knew it was impossible for him to do anything to Qin Yu within the beast-hunting battalion, he still sent people to closely monitor Qin Yu's every move. Thus, he soon found out what Qin Yu was doing. He had wasted a precious request in exchange for the right to freely hunt monster beasts. He had spent 900 points to exchange for the primary pill collection. This brat's head must have been kicked by a donkey. If these were given to him, he might have already obtained the first-grade lotus by now. That bastard Qin Yu really deserved to be torn to shreds. Young master, it seems that this Qin Yu is worried that we will harm him, so he asked the commander to hunt monster beasts by himself. Zhang Chen sneered. It's just that he doesn't understand how terrifying the wilderness is. With his mere nascent soul cultivation, entering the wilderness is the same as seeking death. No, that's not right. Although Qin Yu is only a nascent soul, when you and I surrounded him that day, the strength we erupted with was only a bit worse than divine soul. If he wholeheartedly tries to preserve his life, then even if the wilderness is dangerous he might not be in danger. Another subordinate said. Young master, this subordinate suspects that this Qin Yu is an alchemist. Otherwise, why would he spend points to exchange for the useless, primary pill collection? Wang Yuanan's eyes flashed. You are saying that Qin Yu wants to use alchemy to gradually obtain status and increase his own strength? That's right. With his strength that is nearly comparable to divine soul, if he only wants to complete the minimum assessment and doesn't pursue hunting monster beasts for points, then there shouldn't be any problems in terms of safety. Then, he can refine pills in the camp and collect the benefit. Wang Yuanan sneered. What a good plan he has, but he needs to ask me if I agree or not. Immediately tell uncle that I want Qin Yu to stay in the camp and not accept any alchemy transactions. If he can't obtain any benefits and increase his cultivation, then once I break through and obtain status, I will find a reason to kill Qin Yu. At that time, I will at most receive a bit of punishment. Young master is right. This subordinate will immediately do so. As Qin Yu was pondering over the pill recipes in his mind, he didn't know that someone had already guessed his true meaning and had already responded. Within the primary pill collection, there were over 800 pill recipes, but most of them weren't useful to Qin Yu. What he lacked right now were pills needed to cultivate at the nascent soul realm. After careful screening, there were finally several types of pills that became his choices. Sun-Moon Pill, Overwhelming Pill, Single Energy Replenishing Pill, Mountain River Pill. These 4 types of pills could strengthen one's magic power. Origin Chen Pill, Soul Recovery Pill, Extreme Clear Pill, Good Fortune Pill. These 4 types of pills could enhance the soul. Crouching Tiger Pill, Origin Dragon Pill, Blood Spirit Pill. These 3 types of pills could strengthen the mortal body. These 11 types of pills were all ordinary pills. Although their effects were average, they were relatively easy to gather and refine. If the effects weren't good, they could be accumulated in large quantities. Moreover, there was the purification effect of the little blue lamp. As long as the refinement process was simple, everything else wouldn't be a problem. Now that everything was ready, all he had to do was wait until he stepped into the wilderness and began searching for alchemy materials. Qin Yu wasn't worried about this. The land of divinity and demons was rich with heaven and earth spiritual bodies, thus the number of heavenly materials was unimaginable. In particular, now that he was deep in the wilderness, there were far fewer cultivators and far more spirit plants. As he sped along the way, he didn't have any thoughts of picking them. But as he walked along, he saw an astonishing number of them. 2 days later, Qin Yu had completely rested and his injuries had healed. Then, he quietly passed through the courtyard's transmission array and left the beast-hunting battalion. Shua. Chapter 283. Although the beast-hunting battalion had extremely severe punishments for murdering their companions, there were still many cases of killing each other due to powerful benefit. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, every hunting squad of the beast-hunting battalion had their own transmission array, and the transmission locations were all different. Qin Yu hunted alone and had his own residence, so he naturally enjoyed the same qualifications as other squads. Stepping out of the transmission array, he first looked around. There was a layer of dust on the ground. It was clear no one had been here for a long time. Qin Yu swept his eyes around. Then, He took a step forward and quietly flew outwards like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Soon, he smelled a foul stench. Qin Yu's complexion didn't change, and his movements became even gentler. Soon, a group of pitch-black monster beasts that lived not too far away from the entrance of the mountain appeared in front of him. He revealed a look of understanding. He finally understood why this transmission array hadn't been discovered by monster beasts for so many years. Smelly Fox, as its name implied, was a monster beast. Hidden beneath its black fur were incomparably developed sweat glands. These sweat glands secreted fluids that, when exposed to sunlight, would turn into the foul stench that Qin Yu smelled before. Human cultivators could endure it, but to monster beasts with their incomparably developed sense of smell, this sort of foul stench represented devastating damage. To build a transmission array deep within the living quarters of the smelly foxes, whoever thought of this method was truly a genius. Of course, if you had to ask why the smelly foxes didn't enter deep into the mountain, the first reason was because of their lazy personality, and the second reason was because of the sunlight. Only under the sunlight could sweat glands secrete fluid. Only when the stench was strong enough would there be nothing stupid enough to dare offend this smelly fox. Of course, these were all minor details. What Qin Yu needed to do now was to leave the belly of the mountain without alerting them. The smelly fox could be said to have no natural enemies. There were almost no living beings that were interested in it. Over the endless years, nearly all of its abilities had regressed. On its round body, only its large and furry ears retained their keen sense of hearing. Even the slightest movement in the wind couldn't be hidden from them. When a smelly fox woke up from its sleep, it would instantly spray out a massive amount of sweat. Then, that foul stench would nearly condense into essence. Qin Yu didn't want to be baptized by it. In the sea region, after swallowing the strange tumor, Qin Yu had obtained a superb ability to restrain his aura. By tightening his muscles, he was able to isolate all of his aura. His entire person was like a shadow, his feet quietly stepped, directly floating out from the group of sleeping stinky foxes. As his feet landed on the ground, Qin Yu's divine sense flowed out like water, quietly spreading out. At the same time, his aura remained in a state of isolation. 800 meters away, a monster beast that was gnawing on flesh and blood suddenly shook its ears. Then, a look of surprise appeared on its ferocious face that was covered in blood. What kind of demonic beast was this? He had never seen it before. It gave off the feeling of water vapor, just like the demonic beasts of the sea mentioned in his bloodline inheritance. But this was the wilderness within the continent. How could a sea monster beast appear here? It shook its head, causing blood and flesh to splatter all over the ground. Its powerful hind legs moved slightly, and its streamlined body was like a sharp arrow that had been released from a bow, charging straight towards the source of the aura. However, just as the demonic beast's body passed through a dense thicket of thorns, it suddenly split apart. A pair of slender hands reached out and grabbed the demonic beast's neck. Kacha, with a crisp sound, the figure in the thicket tumbled to the ground along with the demonic beast. Qin Yu smiled. With a flick of his sleeves, he put away the corpse of the demonic beast. With that, 30 points appeared in his points card. He was still 20 points away from the minimum monthly review standard. If he hunted down another monster beast of a similar rank, he would be able to complete it. As he thought, this wasn't difficult at all. Schwa, with a flash of light, Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight. High above the astral winds of the 9 heavens, at the floating mountain where the beast-hunting battalion was located, the Lord Commander had a dignified expression as he looked through the jade slip in his hands. After a moment, he put down the jade slip and let out a deep breath. He slowly said, "Brother Su, immediately pass down the order that all activities of the beast-hunting battalion will temporarily stop for 3 days." Su Jiao's complexion changed. "Commander, is it really going to erupt?" Hurry up and go, lest you cause more damage." Su Jiao quickly nodded and hurried away. Soon, through the signal tower at the summit, news spread to every corner of the floating mountain. Urgent notice. Due to the recent abnormalities in the spiritual strength of the world, there is a possibility that a spring will appear. For the next 3 days, all monster hunting squads are not allowed to hunt. Fellow monster hunters, perhaps there are still some things that you don't understand about the spiritual strength spring. Today we will explain it to you once more. When the spiritual strength springs, it will create countless heavenly treasures in a short period of time. Moreover, a massive number of monster beasts will be drawn into the range of the spiritual strength spring. The danger level of the wilderness will greatly increase. Every time a spiritual strength spring appears, there will be a massive number of deaths and injuries. The monster hunting squads that have gone out will return as soon as possible in order to avoid any losses. To my beast hunting battalion, this is a great tempering. Every time a spiritual strength spring appears, several king step monster beasts will be created. Their strength is terrifying to the extreme. When Su Jiao returned to the commander's office, it was already 2 hours later. The news has already been passed down. All the hunting squads that went out are on their way back. This time, we discovered the spiritual strength spring in a timely manner, so there shouldn't be any problems. The commander nodded. He rubbed his temples, a bit tired. Even so, after the spiritual strength spring appears, the new king step monster beasts that will appear will be enough to give us a headache. Su Jiao solemnly said, with our strength, it is impossible for us to hunt down a massive number of king step monster beasts. At a suitable time, you must request assistance from the army. The commander was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he suddenly frowned. Did you inform Qin Yu? Su Jiao's face stiffened. Although he has the right to hunt alone, he doesn't have the qualifications to apply for a satellite handphone, so I didn't inform him directly. However, this is Qin Yu's first time at the camp, so he should be adapting to the environment. As long as he is on the mountain, he will naturally know about the spiritual strength spring and won't recklessly rush in. The commander nodded. Go and warn him that the spiritual strength spring is no trifling matter. He must not go out to hunt during this time. Su Jiao respectfully nodded. He turned and left, a dignified look in his eyes. It seemed that this Qin Yu definitely had something on him that the commander valued highly. Otherwise, why would he pay so much attention to a mere nascent soul? As he thought of this, he quickened his pace. For Su Jiao to become the closest advisor to the commander, besides his own strength and wisdom, he was also very considerate and reliable. But soon, Su Jiao's complexion darkened. Qin Yu wasn't at his dwelling. He checked the transmission records and found that before the spiritual strength spring sounded, he had already entered the wilderness. Su Jiao bitterly smiled. Although this couldn't be blamed on him, if something were to happen to someone the commander valued so highly, he would also be implicated. Not daring to delay any longer, Su Jiao hurried back. After the commander received his reply, he frowned in silence. Su Jiao probingly said, Commander, should we send someone to look for him? The commander shook his head. As the commander, I cannot allow others to take risks for Qin Yu. Perhaps this is a calamity in his life. Let's see his good fortune. Su Jiao nodded. Regret flashed in his eyes. Since this Qin Yu was valued by the commander, he was sure to have great achievements in the future. Unfortunately, his luck was too poor. He had actually entered the wilderness when the spiritual strength spring appeared. He feared he wouldn't be able to survive this calamity. Wang Yuanan was pleasantly surprised. What did you say? Qin Yu entered the wilderness? Is this news reliable? The subordinate smiled. Originally, we shouldn't have been able to inquire about this, but Counselor Su checked Qin Yu's transmission records. He did indeed enter the wilderness not too long ago. Haha, good, this is too good. Wang Yuanan laughed. Qin Yu, This time you brought about your own death. I wish you an incomparably painful death. Bang! With a loud collision, Qin Yu was sent tumbling backwards. His chest had been torn open by sharp claws and dark red blood gushed out, soaking his robes. He gasped for breath. He couldn't be bothered to collect the monster beast corpses that fell to the ground. Instead, he rapidly retreated. Several breaths of time after Qin Yu left, 4 great wolves appeared where the battle had taken place. They lowered their heads and sniffed the corpses of their companions before emitting angry howls. Their thick hind legs broke through the earth. The 4 great wolves chased after Qin Yu. Their strong bodies smashed through ancient trees, breaking them apart. Rumble, rumble, looking down from the skies, it was like an earth dragon had appeared on the ground, roaring into the distance. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed a finger. The 5 element swords flew out, circling around like a vortex. In the blink of an eye, they cut open an extremely deep hole in the stone wall. With a flick of his sleeves, he cut off a section of the stone and used magic power to shatter it into powder. Then, Qin Yu rushed into the hole and used the remaining stones to block the entrance. He let out a deep breath. His aura rapidly vanished from sight, as if he had fused together with the mountain stone. Soon, the stone wall began to gently tremble. The 4 great wolves stopped outside the stone wall. They anxiously and angrily howled for a long time before they wildly galloped away. In the darkness, Qin Yu's taut heart finally relaxed. He bitterly smiled. It seemed he had underestimated the dangers of the wilderness. 2 hours later, his injuries gradually healed. Qin Yu reached out a hand and magic power shot out from his palm. He quietly shattered the stone wall and walked out from the hole. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu's complexion changed. There was a faint mist in the world. This wasn't water vapor, but pure spiritual strength condensed together. What had happened? In such a short period of time, the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth had become so rich? Before Qin Yu could think about it, his expression froze. Not too far away, he locked his eyes on a vine that grew around an ancient tree. Most of the vine had withered, but there was a flower that bloomed brightly, emitting a light fragrance in the wind. Withered vine flowers were necessary materials to refine the single energy essence restoring pill. Because the conditions for them to grow were harsh, the quantity produced was extremely low. They were considered a relatively precious spirit plant. He never thought his luck would be so good. Could this be considered surviving a calamity, but there would always be a reward? Within the primary pill collection, not only were there pill refinement rooms, but there was also an extremely detailed introduction to spirit plants. Chapter 284. Thousand Chance Grass, one of the main materials for the Sun-Moon pill. Sunflower, an important auxiliary material for the Clear Sky pill. Red Rasher Mushroom, an essential spirit plant for the Blood Spirit pill. Almost every several hundred meters, a spirit plant would appear. Moreover, the quality was extremely high and the value was considerable. As Qin Yu was overjoyed, he was also a bit startled. Although he knew that the land of divinity and demons, because of the rich heaven and earth spiritual strength, would produce countless heavenly materials, he still didn't think it would reach such an astonishing degree. The sudden rich heaven and earth spiritual strength and the sudden increase in precious spirit plants, although all of this seemed wonderful, there was a strange and unsettling feeling to it. Suddenly, Qin Yu stopped picking the blue heart fruit in front of him. His body tensed, and in the next moment, a powerful strength erupted. His entire body moved several meters to the side, avoiding the black shadow that shot towards him. The black shadow landed on the ground. It was a strange snake covered in black scales with a protruding head. Its pupils glared at Qin Yu, its eyes cold and gloomy. Qin Yu's scalp tingled and the hairs on his back stood up. He didn't doubt that if he hadn't retreated a step faster and been bitten by this strange snake, the result would have been terrible. Without hesitation, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. Sword light howled out, cutting the strange snake in half. His expression relaxed. It seemed that although this strange snake was astonishingly fast, it wasn't too strong. Facing the 5-element swords, its defense was also incomparably weak. But in the next moment, Qin Yu's complexion darkened. His eyes widened in shock. On the ground, the strange snake that had been cut in half didn't die. Rather, it crazily twisted about. The flesh and blood where it was cut off wriggled, and in several blinks of an eye, it regrew. Thus, 2 identical strange snakes appeared in front of Qin Yu. 4 icy cold eyes stared at them, causing a chill to rise from the depths of one's heart. Whoosh, whoosh, the strange snakes leapt up. Qin Yu drew back. Sword light cut through space, cutting them apart once more. Then, the scene from before repeated itself. The 4 strange snakes slightly swung their tails, locking onto Qin Yu. What kind of monster is this? Qin Yu paled. He began to realize that if this continued, he would only encounter greater trouble. Qin Yu stepped forwards and stormed backwards. But the 4 strange snakes didn't let him go. Their speed was astonishing as they stubbornly chased after Qin Yu. They leapt up, approaching him like a bolt of black silk. They opened their mouths at astonishing angles and the stench of blood filled the air. Pa, with a muffled sound, the strange snake seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer. Its body exploded in the air, and a large amount of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He could see the tumbling flesh and blood wildly regenerate in midair. By the time they fell to the ground, they had already turned into strange snakes with incomplete bodies. Moreover, he knew very well that these strange snakes would soon grow completely. Bang! Blood-red flames ignited. The blood escape art was activated and Qin Yu's speed rose by 10 times. He was like a blood-red meteor, dragging a tail of flames behind him as he hurtled into the distance. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, once the number of strange snakes surpassed the limit he could deal with, there was a chance he would be bitten by a snake at any time. Hiss! Hiss! The monstrous snakes hissed with unwillingness, their cries echoing out from behind them. They burst forth with even greater speed, but in the face of the blood escape art, they were thrown further and further away until they could no longer be heard. But before Qin Yu could relax, a bitter smile appeared in his eyes. In order to avoid the crazy attacks of the strange snakes, he had to use the blood escape art to escape. In this wilderness, he recklessly revealed the aura of a cultivator. It was like a blazing bonfire in the middle of a dark night, attracting the attention of a massive number of monster beasts. At this time, within the range of his divine sense, he could feel several tyrannical auras wildly rushing towards him. Without any time to catch his breath, Qin Yu fiercely changed directions in midair and forcefully broke through a gap in the encirclement of 2 monster beasts. But as time passed, more and more monster beasts were alarmed. The encirclement that surrounded Qin Yu became increasingly tight and impenetrable. Even though the blood escape art was extremely fast, he still encountered danger several times. There were even several times when he was just a hair's breadth away from the fangs and claws of the monster beast. Qin Yu was anxious. If things continued like this, sooner or later he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Moreover, the blood escape art relied on the power of his blood vitality to activate. No matter how powerful his mortal body was, it was impossible for him to maintain it forever. What to do? What to do? At this time, Qin Yu suddenly felt an intense fluctuation of aura coming from a certain direction, as if 2 powerful life forms were fighting each other. In this life or death moment, he didn't have time to think. His body subconsciously responded. Bang! The blood-red flames suddenly became much richer. After adjusting their direction, they shot straight towards the source of the fluctuations of aura. Qin Yu's divine sense erupted with all its might, covering his entire body as he closely watched the movements of the surrounding monster beasts. Suddenly, Qin Yu frowned. He discovered that no matter what he did, he couldn't break out of this encirclement unscathed. There were 2 monster beasts at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock. One of them would definitely collide with him. Without any time to think, Qin Yu lifted a hand and thrust it forwards. The 5-element swords all appeared. As they circled, countless sword lights gushed out, rumbling like waves of sword light. Roar! The monster beast at 11 o'clock emitted a pained roar. Its body was submerged in sword light and countless wounds opened up, blood gushing out. However, its fearlessness towards death also posed a danger to Qin Yu. Its sharp claws collided with the sword light, emitting the sound of metal colliding. Sparks flew in all directions as the claws fell onto Qin Yu's chest. The robes issued by the beast hunting battalion caused the claws to pause for a moment. Then, they were cut apart, revealing a second set of robes underneath. The formidable defensive capabilities of the demon god armor were proven once more. Although there was still blood gushing out, the wounds that weren't too deep soon began to heal due to its powerful regenerative abilities. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He rushed out of the monster beast's encirclement. Several ancient trees in front of him were suddenly uprooted by a powerful strength and twisted into powder in midair, scattering down to the ground. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and allowed the wild strength to attack him. He held his head in his hands and curled up into a ball. Then, like a stone, he smashed into it. It was like he was in an underground river. The wild impacts and collisions caused Qin Yu's complexion to pale. Blood flowed out from the corners of his lips before he was shaken away. As he fell to the ground, Qin Yu fiercely looked up. He could finally see the situation on the battlefield. A blood-red winged leopard swept its icy eyes over him. Qin Yu stiffened. He could clearly feel the arrogance and contempt in its eyes. And the one fighting with it was actually a human woman. Her face was covered with a veil, but her exquisite and tall figure still exuded a soul-stirring aura. At this time, behind the veil, her eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. The woman flicked her sleeves and great waves rose up in the void. These were true waves that could be seen with the naked eye. They swept out in all directions. Qin Yu's pupils violently shrank. He didn't doubt that these void waves that brushed past him were enough to instantly grind him to powder. Behind him, the monster beasts that were chasing him all roared out in alarm and panic. But in the face of these crashing waves, they simply didn't have time to dodge. Bang, bang, monster beasts, whether they were massive or heroic, exploded in midair, blooming like dark red flowers. The might of a single wave was terrifying to the extreme, and at this time, the blood-red winged leopard's eyes flashed with a cold light. It flapped its wings and turned into a beam of light as it hurtled towards the woman. The veiled female cultivator lifted her hand and slapped out. Although her movements weren't too fast, in the blink of an eye she blocked the leopard's vicious attack. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. Wild strength swept out and a massive portion of the ground was torn apart. Countless giant fissures spread outwards like a terrifying spider web. "If you don't want to die, then leave." An icy cold voice echoed in his ears. Qin Yu felt his chest tighten and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying away by the shock waves of the collision. He stumbled to the ground. Without any time to catch his breath, he pushed off into the distance. Behind him, loud rumbling sounds rang out without end. The earth beneath his feet trembled. It was clear that a life-or-death battle had erupted between the two sides. The winged leopard and veiled female cultivator both had peak divine soul cultivations. Their terrifying strength was far from what Qin Yu could compare with. If he didn't escape quickly and was sucked into the battle, he feared his life would be in danger within a breath of time. A moment later, the terrifying killing aura gradually vanished from sight. Qin Yu stopped and took advantage of this time to adjust his breathing. He had already discovered the changes in the wilderness. As the heaven and earth spiritual strength became richer, the number of monster beasts also increased. And it wasn't just a little bit. Damn it, just what was happening here? At this time, Qin Yu's eyelids fiercely jumped. He looked up to see that above his head, the canopies of several ancient trees had been shattered. Then, a pair of shining claws came clawing at him. The 5-element swords appeared at the same time. Radiant sword light protected Qin Yu within. In the next moment, the sharp claws ruthlessly struck the sword light. The surface of the sword light instantly caved in and the speed at which it flowed rapidly rose, but it wasn't broken. Even so, the might of this claw still caused damage to Qin Yu. He was already injured to begin with. Now he spat out a mouthful of blood and his field of vision darkened. With an angry cry, the golden eagle soared into the skies. Its wings spread out for over 10 meters, casting a massive shadow over the ground. Its sharp eyes locked onto Qin Yu, revealing burning heat, greed, and anger. Human cultivators hunted down monster beasts and obtained their fur, bones, inner cores, and even flesh and blood. These could be used to refine all sorts of magic tools. Similarly to monster beasts, human cultivators that contained a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength were also great supplements. In particular, Qin Yu had cultivated the demon body, and his mortal body and blood vitality were incomparably powerful. He also had the 5-element nascent souls in his Dantian Sea, thus he had attracted the attention of this powerful golden eagle. It hadn't cared too much just now, but it never imagined that a weak human cultivator would be able to avoid its pursuit. Bang! The golden eagle's aura rose. It folded its wings and shot straight towards Qin Yu like an arrow. Before it arrived, its tyrannical aura was like the might of the heavens and earth, destroying several ancient trees and causing the ground to crack apart. Qin Yu paled. He couldn't rely on the 5-element swords to block it. He bit down on the tip of his tongue to maintain his clarity of mind. Then, he lifted a hand towards the skies. A finger stirred up winds and clouds. A finger moved the boundless blue. The first of the blue fingers, boundless blue finger. Bang! It was like the world itself was collapsing. Wild strength invaded his body. Qin Yu spat out several mouthfuls of blood and turned to flee. Chapter 285. Beneath the golden eagle's massive body was a soul that didn't match up. Simply put, it was petty and vengeful. If it suffered a loss, it would definitely take revenge. Moreover, Qin Yu's aura was incomparably tempting to it. It couldn't let go no matter what. Thus, the result was that Qin Yu was running for his life like a wild wolf. Chased by the golden eagle, Qin Yu didn't have time to think too much. He ran further and further away, deeper and deeper into the wilderness. He didn't discover that the recovery speed of his injuries had increased. This was because the richness of the surrounding spiritual strength had reached a mind-boggling degree. After avoiding the golden eagle's sharp claws once more, Qin Yu paid the price of lacerating his back as he tumbled through the intertwining vines. But these withered vines that seemed as if they were nearing the end of their lives awoke from their deep slumber as soon as they were stained with his blood. The dry and fragile vines suddenly tightened. They were like steel ropes that tightly wound around Qin Yu's body. At the same time, the rough surface of the vines bulged and ruptured. Tiny thorns drilled out and ruthlessly stabbed into Qin Yu's body. Gulp, gulp. The sound of great gulping caused one's scalp to tingle, as if they had fallen into an icy lake. The vines instantly became crispy. Rich green light flowed around them, emitting a boundless aura of life. It was beautiful. The formidable golden eagle screeched in anger. It fiercely flapped its wings. Strong winds condensed into blue blades that slashed at the crispy vines. At the same time, the 5-element sword light erupted like a volcano, twisting all the thorns that drilled into Qin Yu's body into powder. Qin Yu's figure shrank. The moment he fell to the ground, he shot out like a cannonball. Countless vines emitted sharp howls. As the sound entered his ears, it was like iron nails piercing into his mind. Qin Yu staggered and continued to run. The golden eagle's massive body fell to the ground. It immediately regained consciousness and flapped its wings in an attempt to fly up. But at this time, with the sound of whistling wind, vines shot up into the skies, wrapping around the golden eagle's body. towards this golden eagle that had caused it to lose its prey. The vampiric vine had an incomparable hatred for it. It naturally wouldn't allow it to escape so easily. Shrill cries rang out again and again. Golden feathers fluttered down like snowflakes. Fragments of vines wildly shot out, accumulating into a thick layer on the ground. The golden rays were like the sun leaping out of the horizon. Billions of golden arrows tore the countless vines to shreds. The golden eagle broke free, looking extremely miserable. Its dazzling golden feathers were much dimmer than before. Suddenly flapping its wings, the golden eagle chased in the direction of Qin Yu's escape. As an excellent representative of the narrow-minded monster, after suffering such a big loss, how could it let Qin Yu go? It had to eat this human cultivator to make up for its loss. The chase continued. Facing the golden eagle that was like maggots in his bones, there was simply no way for him to escape. This beast seemed to have some special method that could lock onto his aura. No matter how well he hid, he would still be discovered. Suddenly, Qin Yu seemed to hear the sound of trickling water in his ears. This sound wasn't strong, but it seemed to carry with it a strength that drew in one's heart, causing one to unconsciously look over. Thus, a pool of spring water appeared in front of Qin Yu without warning. Moreover, what was most surprising was that this spring water gushed out from a large stone on the ground. It didn't flow to the ground, but floated in the air, tumbling about. The verdant spring water seemed to flow like the purest and most transparent jade in the world. Within his Dantian sea, the five-element nascent souls shined with light. Just looking at it caused Qin Yu to instinctively feel an intense desire. His soul sensed that this wasn't spring water at all, but was clearly formed from endless heaven and earth spiritual strength gathered together. This was true flowing spirit spring water. Every drop contained an incomparably pure and potent spiritual strength. The surrounding ancient trees bent down. Strong winds roused Qin Yu from his stupor. He looked up and saw a scene that nearly froze his soul. The golden eagle rushed forwards. Its wings stirred up blue wind blades that filled the skies, flooding every corner of the world. It was enough to destroy everything in front of it, but just as this attack was about to arrive, it froze in midair. The endless blue wind blades all disintegrated. The golden eagle screamed out in panic. The golden feathers on its body erupted with a brilliant divine light, as if they were blazing flames. But it only had time to raise its wings before its chest was pierced through by a bone spike. Golden, boiling lava-like blood gushed out of the wound and spilled onto the ground, burning fiercely. It was only at this time that the ear-piercing screech that caused endless fear to rise up from the depths of one's soul finally arrived. Qin Yu didn't know what sort of life form had managed to kill the terrifying golden eagle from so far away. But he knew that this other party had the strength to easily erase him. Rumble, rumble, or there was a deep rumbling sound, like thunder roaring in the distance. Even though the space it crossed became blurry and faint, one could still feel the terrifying strength contained within. The fallen leaves on the ground, the towering trees, and even the entire earth began to gently tremble. Qin Yu looked up. In the distant horizon, a shadow was howling towards him. His complexion paled and his body stiffened. He stared helplessly at the shadow that stirred up the winds and clouds as it approached. The entire wilderness fell deathly silent. All the monster beasts widened their eyes in panic. They crawled on the ground, their bodies shivering. Qin Yu fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue and forcefully extricated himself from this terrifying atmosphere. He stepped forwards and his body was like a stone as he smashed into the spring water on the boulder. Puff! Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight. Several breaths of time later, the towering ancient trees trembled and turned to powder, swept up by a formidable strength and sent flying in all directions. The ground shook and cracked open. Countless cracks spread out into the distance until they were covered by the falling shadow, vanishing from sight. The golden eagle's crimson flesh was exposed as if it had no skin at all. Thick blood vessels bulged out, and one could clearly see the blood flowing through them. From the neck all the way down to the tailbone, 12 thick bone spikes jutted out from the entire spine. They were pale white, as if there were a trillion evil spirits lingering around them. Just looking at them would cause the wails of the dead to echo in one's soul. If Qin Yu were here, he would know just who killed the golden eagle. This was because the bone spike near the tailbone was fresh and broken. This strange and formidable monster beast's eyes fell on the spirit spring, revealing a mocking expression. This humble and weak human cultivator actually dared to try and obtain its own strength. He was simply overestimating himself to the extreme. At this time, he was likely withstanding unimaginable pain. His mortal body was slowly collapsing, and the spiritual strength contained in his flesh and blood was slowly fusing into the spirit spring. Finally, with the help of the spirit spring, he was able to complete the perfect blood sacrifice. All of this was far more perfect than he had imagined. Time slowly passed. A look of surprise appeared in the monster beast's eyes. The human cultivator that it sensed was as weak as an ant actually hadn't died yet. It seemed that his strength was far greater than he had imagined. But even so, this would only cause him to suffer more pain. The final result wouldn't change. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The monster beast stomped on the ground, its tail impatiently sweeping about. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. The monster beast took a deep breath. It fiercely inhaled, causing the air to hiss. 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. The monster beast stuck out its tongue and licked its scarlet lip. Its eyes were ice cold, nearly freezing over. 10 minutes, roar with a loud roar, the silence of the wilderness was torn to shreds. The monster beast's thick red tail crazily lashed out at the spirit spring. There was a heaven-shaking explosion, and space twisted. With a pained roar, the monster beast's giant body was sent flying away. It tumbled to the ground, creating a terrifying trench in its wake. Its eyes widened as it stubbornly stared at the spirit spring. Even now, it was still in a state of disbelief. A human so weak that it could easily kill him with a single claw, had actually obtained the recognition of the spirit spring and seized the good fortune that should have belonged to it. It told itself countless times that this was impossible. But when it opened its eyes and closed them again and again, the spirit spring was still there, without the slightest change. The monster beast reared its head back and roared. Its cruel aura swept out for 10,000 feet. Within this range, everything was destroyed, turned to powder by a terrifying strength. It stubbornly stared at the spirit spring. After an unknown period of time, it finally accepted the situation in front of it. But this didn't mean that it would give up on this opportunity to change its destiny that it had experienced countless slaughters. It had no idea what despicable method that human cultivator had used to obtain the recognition of the spirit spring. But with his cultivation, how many benefits could he obtain from it? Once this person came out, it would swallow him and absorb the rest of the spirit spring. Then, it could still transform into a monster king. However, as it thought about how it would inevitably lose a portion of its spiritual strength, the monster beast's heart trembled with hatred. It clenched its jaws so hard that it nearly broke its teeth. Bang! Its giant body lay flat on the ground, its body tensed. As long as that human cultivator stepped out from the spirit spring, he would welcome its all-destroying wrath. The great and noble Lord Achilles wanted this lowly human to understand what a terrifying and foolish mistake it was to anger him. The strange fluctuations of heaven and earth spiritual strength that formed a spiritual spring was the greatest lucky chance of its life for the monster beast race. The rich heaven and earth spiritual strength and the massive amount of heavenly materials that appeared with it could cause their strength to rapidly rise in a short period of time. And the most precious of all were the large and small spirit springs. To monster beasts, spirit springs represented infinite good fortune. As long as they could withstand the terrifying spiritual strength they contained, they could be reborn in a short period of time. And of these spirit springs, the most precious one was called the Monster King Spirit Spring. It was the highest grade of spirit springs. Only the most powerful existence in the monster beast race had the qualifications to swallow it and use its strength to complete the final transformation, becoming an omnipotent monster king that could call the wind and summon the rain. For instance, this spirit spring that Qin Yu had entered. With a human's talent, it was originally impossible for them to withstand the impact of a monster king spirit spring. Just touching it for a moment would cause their bodies to explode and they would die. Because of this powerful monster beast that was just a step away from becoming a monster king had ignored the incomparably weak ant in its eyes. But what it didn't know was that this weak ant was called Qin Yu. Although he wasn't too strong, he possessed all sorts of inconceivable methods. For instance, the demon body. For instance, the 5-element nascent souls. For instance, the little blue lamp that had settled on the great Tao base. So, it was doomed to suffer a loss, a great loss. Within the spirit spring, Qin Yu's eyes were tightly closed. His body was curled up, gently shaking from time to time. Turbulent heaven and earth spiritual strength crazily drilled into his body through his pores. A portion was directly absorbed by his mortal body, causing every inch of his flesh and blood to become tougher. A portion gathered in his Dantian Sea, dividing into 5 and pouring into his 5-element nascent souls. Within the great Tao base, faint traces of blue light flashed on the surface of the little blue lamp. It didn't show the slightest interest in this inconceivably rich heaven and earth spiritual strength. Rather, it played a crucial role in stabilizing Qin Yu's body, limiting the heaven and earth spiritual strength that entered his body to a limit that he could withstand. Qin Yu felt as if he had just experienced an incomparably long dream, one that was both sad and happy. In this dream, he felt as if he had fallen into a deep sea, surrounded by raging undercurrents. As he passed through the dark and icy cold, the insides of his body seemed to be burning with raging flames. His consciousness was hazy, so Qin Yu didn't know what sort of heaven-defying good fortune he had inadvertently snatched away. The monster beast that was guarding outside had dark clouds in its heart. So when it discovered that another human had rushed in, its monstrous anger instantly erupted. "What? Do you all think I'm easy to bully?" One wasn't enough, and now a second one came. With a loud roar, countless blood-red runes appeared on the surface of the monster beast's body. They emitted a brilliant blood-red light that condensed into armor. The originally fierce monster beast suddenly transformed into the most terrifying killing machine in the world. Bang! The ground violently trembled and immediately collapsed, forming a terrifying pit. The monster beast's massive body was astonishingly fast. It shot into the skies like a mountain and then came crashing down. A fair and delicate hand reached out. Beneath the massive shadow, it was as fragile as a newly bloomed flower bud. But such a hand was actually able to withstand the monster beast's violent attack. A figure flew backwards like a leaf. She spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing her veil red. The female cultivator fell to the ground. Every step she took left behind a deep footprint and tiny cracks spread outwards. The monster beast swayed. Its dazed head locked onto the female cultivator once more. It was even more certain that this human woman was with that boy from before. Otherwise, in the wilderness where spiritual strength surged, human cultivators would have no time to hide. How could there be such a coincidence that two people would appear in front of it? And one of them was such a fierce master. Did she want to rescue that damned bastard boy? Dream on. The monster beast opened its mouth. Crimson flames as red as blood surged out like a broken dam, gushing out. The earth instantly melted beneath these flames, forming some sort of glass-like crystal. The temperature between the heavens and earth began to wildly rise. Behind the veil, the female cultivator's eyes brightened. They were like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. She lifted a hand and her aura suddenly changed. She was like a shadow that existed between the heavens and earth, but was impossible to sense. In the next moment, this faintly discernible temperament suddenly vanished. An incomparably formidable aura erupted from her body, as if 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers were contained within her. She lifted a jade hand and slapped forwards. This slap was made by the veiled female cultivator. It contained the strength of 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers within her body. With a heaven-shaking rumble, it was as if the heavens and earth were overturned. The flames that the monster beast spat out were split apart. Its eyes widened in shock. As it looked at the female cultivator, its gaze turned blazing hot. It suddenly discovered that losing the spirit spring might not be a disaster. Instead, it would bring it more opportunities. For instance, this human female cultivator in front of it. Chapter 286. The raging flames were as red as blood. As they burned, they destroyed all. The earth beneath them and all around them were burned into nothingness. The veiled woman's eyes grew increasingly bright. But within this dazzling brilliance, there was also a deep weariness. She hadn't been able to control it to begin with. Now that she had forcefully unsealed her powerful cultivation and erupted with it, there was a backlash on her. If she didn't stop, then after a moment, she wouldn't even need the monster beast to attack. Her soul would collapse and she would die. But if she stopped now, the heaven-burning karmic fire would be enough to burn her to ashes in the blink of an eye. Deep in the veiled woman's eyes, a decisive light flashed. Since she couldn't escape this great calamity today, then she would bring this monster beast to the Yellow Springs with her. A Tao pattern slowly appeared between her eyebrows. It was extremely faint, but the moment it appeared, it was like an invisible mountain had appeared in the world. An invisible and boundless pressure flooded every inch of the world. The monster beast's eyes revealed shock and anger. It roared out loud, and the armor on its body that was formed from blood-red runes began to thicken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its giant body lay flat on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant blood-red stone. Blood-red runes wove across the surface of the stone, forming a net. The veiled female cultivator lifted her slender jade finger and gently touched the point between her eyebrows. It was like a door had been opened and pure white light flowed out like water, gathering at her fingertip. One could faintly make out thousands of tiny runes within this white light. They danced up and down as if they had a mind of their own, constantly combining and separating. It was like the endless changing clouds in the horizon, with infinite possibilities and infinite transformations within them. With a point of her finger, the pure white light condensed into a beam that pierced through the heaven-burning karmic fire and extinguished it. It fell straight onto the monster beast's body. The blood-red stone trembled and countless cracks appeared on its surface. They spread out like a spider web through every corner of the stone, constantly invading it. With a light, rustling sound, blood-red powder sprinkled down. The stone became smaller and smaller, gradually revealing the monster beast's body. Then, wounds began to tear open on its body, dripping with blood. Roar, the monster beast roared in pain. On its spine, a fierce bone spike suddenly self-detonated, as if it were venting out the destructive strength within its body. The speed at which the wounds on its body increased began to slow down. But this clearly wasn't enough. As a result, the second and third bone spikes exploded, causing the beast's eyes to turn dim, and its aura to weaken significantly. It was clear that by detonating 3 of its bone spikes, although it had managed to resist the attack of the terrifying pure white light, it had also paid an extremely heavy price. However, compared to the harvests, the price was worth it. The Tao mark between the veiled female cultivator's eyebrows vanished. She seemed to have lost the last of her essence, energy, and divine sense. She slumped to the ground. Hoo, the demonic beast panted heavily as it stared fixedly at her. Its tongue licked the corner of its mouth greedily. If there were no accidents, It might be able to reach the king realm by devouring the veiled woman's bloodline power. Unfortunately, the beast's luck today was not that good. Just as it was about to open its mouth, the spirit spring behind it suddenly began to ripple. Then, a burst of power suddenly erupted. Formless waves surged in the air as the demonic beast roared in grief and indignation. Its body was like a giant ball as it was sent flying. It wanted to know just what it had done wrong to have such a rough day. It turned its head and looked at the dissipating spirit spring and the figure that was gradually becoming clear. Its eyes erupted with a monstrous, killing intent. That damned human junior! Bang! The ground collapsed. The demonic beast rushed forwards, its sharp claws shining with a cold light. It wasn't that it had lost its mind due to anger, but rather that it couldn't be disturbed while swallowing a powerful bloodline. Since this human boy had jumped out, he had to die first. Shua Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. A divine light flashed within them. He lifted his palm and a bronze mirror appeared, shooting out a beam of light that struck the demonic beast. Its body stiffened, and its eyes were filled with shock. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it was unable to move. Speaking of which, this demonic beast's luck was truly pitiful to the extreme. Ever since Qin Yu obtained this bronze mirror spirit treasure from a nascent soul ruin, he had never been able to obtain its true recognition. But today, after stepping into the spirit spring and borrowing the endless spiritual strength of the heavens and earth, he finally awakened the spirit of the bronze mirror, allowing it to possess the might of a true spirit treasure. This beam of light was called the soul-setting divine light. It directly targeted the soul. After striking it, the soul would be frozen solid. No matter how transcendent one's magic power was, it would be difficult to use even the slightest bit of it. Moreover, the most tyrannical aspect of the soul-setting divine light was that it ignored its target's cultivation. As long as one was struck, their soul would be frozen solid. Of course, depending on the strength of the soul, the amount of time the soul-setting divine light could be frozen would also increase or decrease. Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. The moment the demonic beast froze, his figure suddenly approached. Then, a dazzling blood-red light bloomed in the void. A terrifying hole appeared on the demonic beast's chest. Qin Yu seemed to sense something. He thrust his palm into the wound and forcefully pulled out a crystal-like object. This object was the size of a chicken egg and was oval in shape. Its entire body was crimson, and there seemed to be raging flames burning within. Roar! The demonic beast emitted a pained roar. Its eyes widened, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. It never imagined that it would die, and that it would die at the hands of such a weak human ant. An incomparably cruel aura erupted from the demonic beast's body like a volcano. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He drew backwards and grabbed onto the veiled female cultivator. Without hesitation, he used the blood escape art and fled like a bolt of blood-red lightning. Several breaths of time later, there was an earth-shaking explosion behind him. An unimaginably terrifying strength swept out in all directions like a tide. Vines, trees, rocks, and even space itself were completely destroyed beneath this strength. A bottomless pit appeared in the ground. Qin Yu tightly held onto the female cultivator in his arms, covering her completely. His body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood, wetting the veil on her face. He staggered and continued to flee. But at this moment, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He turned his head and saw that in the skies above the terrifying explosion, there was a hideous blood-red beast head. 13 fierce fangs were bared and its eyes were stubbornly staring at Qin Yu and the female cultivator in his arms. As if it were only an illusion, the beast head phantom trembled and vanished from sight. But the fear in Qin Yu's heart didn't subside. Instead, it made him feel even more desperate for point. Cough, cough, it's the monster beast curse. The female cultivator in his arms spoke with difficulty, as if she were disgusted by her blood-soaked veil. She lifted a hand and pulled it off, revealing an extremely beautiful and pale face. But what didn't match her exquisite face was a faint arrogance that filled her eyes. At this time, she curled her lips, revealing a bit of helplessness. Qin Yu quietly said, "What is the monster beast curse?" The female cultivator glanced at him. After a moment of surprise, she immediately understood. "So it's just a melon egg that doesn't know anything. No wonder you still dare to rush into the wilderness at this time." Qin Yu's eyes flashed with impatience. At this time, there was no meaning in chatting. The female cultivator seemed to sense his dissatisfaction. She lightly coughed. "The monster beast curse is only triggered when a high-level monster beast dies in an extremely painful and unwilling manner. It is an incomparably terrifying curse strength. With the place where the curse appears as the center, all monster beasts for 1,000 miles will obey its will after death. They will chase down the life that killed it regardless of the cost." Qin Yu's complexion paled. Normally, the wilderness was already incomparably dangerous, much less at this time. Monster beasts for 1,000 miles were chasing after them. It was impossible to escape. Suddenly, within his divine sense, he sensed the aura of a monster beast rapidly approaching. Qin Yu stepped forward and his figure changed directions, avoiding this monster beast and continuing to flee. This monster beast wasn't too strong. Qin Yu was confident he could kill it, but this would inevitably delay him. Even if it was only for several breaths of time, Qin Yu wasn't willing to do so. This was because once he stopped, there was a chance he would fall into the encirclement of a massive number of monster beasts. "Run! Run!" Blood-red flames blazed on the surface of Qin Yu's body. He had already stimulated the blood escape art to the limit. But soon, he realized just how terrifying the monster beast curse was. Within his divine sense, he could sense the dense aura of monster beasts all around him. Moreover, several of these auras were so strong that they left him in a difficult situation. Even with the blood escape art, he still couldn't escape them. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He had no idea that killing that monster beast would cause such trouble. Moreover, the key point was that he hadn't planned on killing it to begin with. He had only casually taken out a crystal from its chest. He hadn't even touched its inner core. Was it really necessary to be so cruel as to blow itself up? Moreover, it had even given birth to a monster beast curse. The female cultivator in his arms lightly said, "The crystal you stole is the source of the heaven-burning karmic flames. If that bloodthirsty monster beast lost its crystal, the heaven-burning karmic flames in its body would erupt. If it blew itself up, there is a chance that it will drag you down with it. That is still better than being burnt to ashes by the heaven-burning karmic flames. As for the monster beast curse, who can you blame for your poor character?" In this hopeless situation where life and death hung on a thin line, this sort of light tone was grating on the ears. Qin Yu lowered his head and glared at this woman. If she continued to spout nonsense like this, he would toss her aside and run away. The female cultivator sneered. "If you toss me aside, you won't be able to escape." She swept her eyes around and pointed a finger. "That direction isn't too far from my transmission array. If we rush through it, we can return to the camp alive." As he thought, she was also someone from the beast hunting battalion. Moreover, she was a shrewd and astute woman who was skilled in observing others. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to think about these things. His eyes erupted with a brilliant light. Transmission array, this woman, why didn't she say anything before? If he had run in the wrong direction, wouldn't he have died? After several more thoughts, Qin Yu took a deep breath. He stepped forwards and exploded forwards. After avoiding the several monster beasts in front of him, Qin Yu's complexion became dignified. This was because he could only force his way forward. Roar with a roar, a blue storm wolf appeared. This was a commonly seen monster beast in the wilderness. Its strength wasn't too outstanding, but it was a monster beast that no beast hunter wished to encounter. This was because they usually didn't move alone. Once they did, there was bound to be a wolf pack. That would be terrifying. And indeed, under Qin Yu's gloomy gaze, a second and third storm wolf rushed out from the jungle. At a rough glance, there were over 30 of them. The female cultivator sneered, "Your character really is too poor." With a light sound, the woman's complexion stiffened. She immediately bared her fangs and brandished her claws, shaking as if her muscles were cramping. "You bastard, you dare to hit my butt! You're dead!" Qin Yu clenched his teeth. "Shut up!" He lifted his hand and flipped the female cultivator onto his back. "Hold on tight, otherwise if you fall off, don't think I'll save you." Without waiting for the female cultivator to reply, Qin Yu's figure rushed forwards, colliding with the wolf pack. Roar, roar, wolf howls rang out, mixed with pained howls. Blood splashed onto the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. Chapter 287. In such a short period of time, this fellow's strength had risen at an astonishing rate. It seemed that he had obtained many harvests from the spirit spring. Thinking of this, the female cultivator's expression became even stranger. Since when could a human cultivator step into the spirit spring that was exclusive to monster beasts? Qin Yu punched out his fist and forced back the formidable storm wolf. Another wound was added to his body, but it actually saved him a breath of time. He stepped on the ground and continued to run forward. Terrifying strength tumbled around him, shattering everything in his way. Beneath the monster beast's curse, he and the female cultivator in his arms were like lights to the monster beast. Since he couldn't hide his tracks, he might as well rush forwards. More monster beasts appeared in front of him. These were several even more astonishing black bears. As they ran forwards, the ground rumbled and shook. Without pausing at all, they began to slaughter each other. Qin Yu's chest caved in. It was unknown just how many bones were broken by the black bear's claws. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood before he felt his chest become a little smoother. Of course, the big fellow across from him was in an even worse state. Its originally mighty and majestic head was now bent backwards at an exaggerated angle. Its neck had been crushed and its massive body crashed to the ground. What a waste! Just how many points would that have cost? A faint sigh sounded out from behind him. Qin Yu's lips twitched. His hands that were holding onto her tight legs moved, but in the end he didn't raise them. The female cultivator arched an eyebrow. "What, have you taken enough advantage of me?" Qin Yu had a helpless expression. "Big sister, aren't you afraid of dying?" The female cultivator's face stiffened. "What did you call me?" Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He didn't plan on replying. He lifted her up and continued forwards. The female cultivator fell silent. She looked down at Qin Yu's blood-stained body, and a trace of gentleness appeared in her eyes. This fellow, although he was a bit lecherous and a bit of a bastard, he still had some conscience. He knew that I was afraid of pain, so he didn't add any wounds to my body. But even if I wasn't injured, I probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. Rather than struggling at death's door, I might as well use up some of my remaining energy. At least a few monster beasts would be buried with me. Humph humph, I'm not being moved, nor am I risking my life to save this bastard's life. In a bit, charge forward. Don't worry about the demonic beasts. No matter how many come, they'll all be mine, said the female cultivator coolly. Her voice had finally changed, and was no longer annoying. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He turned his head, but before he could say anything, he was slapped on the head. Don't waste time. Hurry up and rush forward. Hiya. I'm riding a horse, big sister. Qin Yu's feet buckled and he nearly fell to the ground. He took a deep breath and his heart began to race. Bang, mud splattered in all directions. Every time he stepped on the ground, deep footprints would be left behind and cracks would spread in all directions. Qin Yu was like a boulder, bouncing on the ground as he raced forwards. Roar, the violent roars of monster beasts echoed in his ears. He could smell the stench from their bodies. Qin Yu lowered his head. He ignored everything around him, only running, running, running. Of course, this wasn't just because he trusted her words, but because he believed in his own eyes. A woman that could risk her life against two powerful monster beasts wasn't simple at all. Reality proved that Qin Yu's judgment was accurate. At this time, the woman behind him slightly straightened her back. Her soft chest stretched taut, revealing an enchanting curve. She looked down and revealed a helpless smile. He really was a lecherous man. But at this time, it wasn't worth bickering with him. She looked up and the faint helplessness in her eyes had completely vanished. All that was left was calm and tranquil. An aura called nobility began to flow out from her. It was like everything in her eyes was within her control. Prosperity and destruction existed in a single thought. She raised her hand and brushed it across her eyes. It was as if she was gently pulling back her hair, without the slightest hint of smoke or fire. In the air, a monster beast with short black fur suddenly froze in midair, like a frozen fish in water. In the next moment, this invisible freeze quietly disintegrated. Walala, pieces of the corpse fell to the ground, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. The cut was as smooth as a mirror and as red as blood jade. It was as if this demonic beast, which had been extremely ferocious just a moment ago, was formed from some sort of crystal. Of course, it wasn't just this monster beast with exquisite fur that died. Crashing sounds echoed out as Qin Yu ran forwards. It was like a hail of flesh and blood was raining down. Even the monster beasts that were driven here by the power of the curse felt fear at this time. The cruel killing intent in their eyes faded away and was replaced with awe. Respect for strength. Awe for strength. In the world of monster beasts this was even more naked. A fierce tiger monster that was about to turn and leave suddenly cried out miserably. Its 20-foot-long body was sent flying away. A wound on its chest opened up and blood flowed out from its organs. It fell to the ground, howling in pain. It didn't seem like it would survive. The tall demon ape paused. Its claws were stained with blood. It howled and the surrounding monster beasts all revealed looks of fear. It rushed towards Qin Yu once more. The female cultivator's eyes fell on the demon ape. There was no fear in her eyes, but rather a bit of interest and a bit of gratification. This sort of miraculous gaze caused a trace of coldness to arise in the heart of the devil ape that was renowned for its ruthlessness, bloodthirstiness, and peerlessly ferociousness. Then, it really did feel a cold chill. The demon ape's body tensed. Unsurprisingly, in the next moment, its giant body erupted with a strength that could tear apart all. But at this time, the demon ape gently shivered, as if it were shivering in a cold wind. Then, its tensed body shattered into countless pieces. They were still like ice crystals, bright red, but there was no blood flowing out. The female cultivator coughed several times. Her originally pale face lost even more color. She was like ice and snow, but now there was a soul-stirring beauty and nobility about her. It was unknown what method she used to kill the terrifyingly strong demon ape, but she had clearly paid a great price. But at this time, she actually smiled. On her pale face, this sudden smile was filled with a crazed demonic intent. Yet, it was also particularly moving. Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression, but even more dignified one. He had seen with his own eyes that the female cultivator had fought with two powerful monster beasts and had suffered heavy wounds. To reveal such a terrifying strength at this time, she must have paid an equivalent price. Hearing the laughter behind him, as clear and melodious as a mountain spring, Qin Yu's heart became a bit heavier. But at this time, he didn't turn around. Instead, he lowered his body even more and moved his legs, erupting with an even greater strength. This strength had already surpassed the limits of the demon body. His flesh, blood, muscles, and bones emitted faint cracking sounds, bringing with it a tearing pain. Qin Yu remained silent, as if this pain wasn't occurring on his body at all. The female cultivator behind him arched an eyebrow. As she looked at Qin Yu, her eyes became a bit more mellow. This fellow really did have a conscience. She was about to die and hadn't been taken advantage of by anyone before, so she might as well take advantage of him. This could be considered a rare act of kindness before she died. As she lay on Qin Yu's back, her chest came into contact with his thick and broad back. The female cultivator furrowed her eyebrows and twisted around a few times, a bit uncomfortable. She thought that smelly men really weren't easy to use. How could he be as soft and fragrant as her lover? But this sort of rough taste, in this current environment, could at least calm her heart a bit. She let out a light breath and closed her eyes. Like this, she lay on Qin Yu's back, as if she had fallen asleep. But all of the monster beasts that were torn apart were a constant reminder of just what sort of terrifying strength this sleeping woman was releasing. Qin Yu forcefully stomped down. Along with the broken rocks, his calf bones also cracked open. But he didn't slow down at all. He smashed through the layers of vines, listening to the woman's weak and sloppy voice guide him forwards. She should be very tired. Her voice was weak and weak. Her mouth was very close to Qin Yu's ear, so close that he could clearly feel her warm breathing, tickling his ear. Qin Yu pursed his lips. He tore open the vines in front of him once more. Finally, he heard the woman's voice confirm, "It's here." What the vines covered was a bottomless black hole. The sound of howling wind came from within. With a single glance, one could tell that this place was unfathomably deep. Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. He leapt in. The sound of wind grew louder and louder, and then he reached the bottom. This was completely different from what he expected. Qin Yu wasn't prepared for this. His incomparably stable body began to stagger a little. The woman's arrogant, mocking laughter echoed in his ears. She really wasn't afraid of death. Even at this time, she still had the mind to play such petty tricks. In a corner of the cave, faint traces of light circulated. Although he couldn't see clearly because of the darkness, there was no way Qin Yu would mistake this aura for a transmission array. They really had arrived at the transmission array. The woman behind him stopped laughing. "Put me down. When we are transmitting, we cannot receive any outside interference." From the direction of the cave entrance, the roars of monster beasts could already be heard. It was clear that the pitch-black cave entrance wouldn't be able to scare them for too long. Qin Yu remained silent. The woman lightly said, "What is there to hesitate about? One person living is better than both of us dying. If you really feel guilty, you can come back here in the future to pay your respects. While you're at it, you can also kill a few hundred monster beasts. Consider it revenge for me." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "I don't have that kind of strength." The woman was enraged. "Even if you don't, for better or worse, you should at least agree to it first and let me feel happy. Aren't you afraid that I'll turn hostile and drag you down with me to die?" Qin Yu smiled. "I always thought that you weren't afraid of death, but now that I've heard you speak such nonsense, I've discovered that you are also afraid. Then don't die. Let's live on together." The woman sneered. "Don't speak as if you know so much. If I die, you won't be able to do anything about it." Qin Yu shook his head. That might not be true. With a flick of his sleeves, the sky thunder bamboo appeared in a flash of light. Its roots seemed to have a mind of their own as they drilled into the ground. Then, every branch and leaf erupted with dazzling lightning that gathered into a pool of thunder that sealed off the cave entrance. The roars of the monster beasts were immediately filled with anger and anger, mixed with several pained roars. It was clear that those closest to the cave entrance had already suffered the pain of thunder. Qin Yu turned his head, a smile on his face. "Now, let's live on together." The woman's pale face revealed a complex expression. She gently sighed. "Then let's live on for a bit longer." Several breaths of time later, the transmission array lit up. Space twisted and the two figures vanished from sight. Chapter 288. The two sides of the transmission array were connected to each other, so if the array formation on the other side was destroyed, the array formation here wouldn't be able to survive either. Before the blazing light around Qin Yu had time to fade away, he heard a shattering sound in his ears. Then, a maid appeared in front of him. Her face was like a bun, and her eyes were red with joy. Miss! She rushed over. But before her hands touched him, she froze where she was. Her face flushed with excitement, but it instantly vanished. A warm liquid fell onto his neck, winding down. You could feel its stickiness and the faint smell of blood. He looked up at the frozen maid and said, "Hurry and call for someone." Someone come. You looked at the flustered maid who nearly tripped over the threshold and ran out the door. He coughed and said, "This maid of yours is quite loyal." The maid wiped her lips and humphed. "If she's stupid, then she's stupid. There's no need for you to say anything." You bitterly smiled. "I really didn't mean that." "Humph, do you think I'll believe you? The innocent will be innocent. A pervert like you, I'll spit on you." "Big sister, please conduct yourself with dignity." There was the sound of rapid footsteps outside the door. With just a few words, so many people had arrived. It seemed that this woman's status wasn't ordinary. Walala, a group of beautiful women rushed in. A fragrant aroma immediately assailed his senses. The woman greedily sucked in several breaths and smiled. "Everyone's here. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and carry Master Wei away." Before Yu could respond, the woman behind him was snatched away by them. They rushed towards the door and vanished without a trace. From start to finish, no one noticed Yu nor did anyone say a single word to him. Their presence was as weak as air. Master Wei, a woman actually had such a domineering name. She was truly fierce. Yu looked down at his tattered and blood-stained clothes. Then, he bitterly smiled and walked away. After passing through a long corridor, and passing through an elegant courtyard, the scene in front of him suddenly widened. Yu could feel a familiar smell. He looked up at the beautiful red lanterns, as well as the pleasant fragrance that lingered in his nose and mouth. He finally realized where he was. At the inn. This was the place that Su Jiao had arranged for him to stay in, an alluring brothel of pleasure. If it weren't for his powerful soul and firm will, he would have nearly lost control of himself. Thus, he naturally had a deep impression of her. That woman actually lived here? Who was she? Yu wasn't stupid enough to think that someone as strong as her would use her looks to serve others. Of course, even if she was willing to do it, no one would dare to interfere with her business. Today, the inn was frighteningly deserted. Looking around, there wasn't a single person to be seen. If it weren't for the TV series being played on a nearby screen, Yu would have thought that some accident had occurred in the beast hunting battalion. After a while, no one came out. Yu thought for a moment and decided to bid his farewells. However, how was the woman's injury? "I hope she's going to be okay." Shaking his head, Yu followed his memories and walked out. But, he had clearly underestimated the size of the inn and the complexity of its interior. Injured, his head was a little dizzy, and he actually lost his way. After walking for a while, he still couldn't find his way out. He raised his head and looked in all directions, feeling that everything was the same. As he was laughing at himself, he heard the sound of sobbing. Moreover, this voice belonged to a woman. Yu thought for a moment. Although he felt that it was a bit rude to approach her at this time, it was still better than continuing to wander around like a headless fly. He took several steps forwards and arrived outside the rockery. He coughed and the sobbing stopped. Several breaths of time later, a steamed bun with red and swollen eyes cautiously peeked out. Oh, it was actually someone he knew. The steamed bun-faced maid's eyes widened. "Why are you here?" Yu rubbed his nose. He decided not to say that he was lost. That would be too shameful. "Oh, I was just casually strolling around. I'm a bit tired now, so I was about to bid my farewells." The steamed bun-faced maid was crying her heart out. Her little head was a mess, but she also felt that these words were a bit strange, especially when Yu's body was covered in blood. But she didn't say anything. She stood up and bowed, displaying her good upbringing. "I respectfully bid you farewell." Yu was stunned. This was it? Weren't you supposed to be seeing me off? Little girl, you have such poor eyesight. Just how did you become a maid? As he was feeling a headache coming on, a gorgeously dressed woman ran over. So Tsong, the miss wants to see that man. Has he left yet? As she turned around the rockery, her eyes met Qin Yu's. She was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. She grabbed onto his arm and said, "Let's go, the miss wants to see you." Qin Yu didn't stop her. If that woman wanted to see him, there should be a reason. The steamed bun-faced maid followed behind. She staggered along the way and her wounds were starting to hurt again. She must have torn open quite a bit. Qin Yu forced a smile but didn't say anything. This was because it seemed that this matter was urgent. Outside the room, there were many women standing, each one incomparably beautiful. Their red eyes seemed even more charming, making it hard for one to bear looking at them. Madame Mulberry had seen Qin Yu before. She paused for a moment, clearly recognizing him. But she wasn't in the mood to say anything. She nodded and said, "Please go in. Master Wei's body is weak, so don't let her speak too much." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He nodded and pushed open the door. The room was filled with the rich smell of herbs. The woman had changed into white clothes and was lying comfortably on a warm bed. She didn't even open her eyes when she heard the door open. She lazily said, "For better or for worse, we've gone through trials and tribulations together. I haven't asked for your name yet." Qin Yu. So, no imposing aura at all. The woman curled her lip. "You can call me Master Wei." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. "Your wounds," the woman lightly said. "I can live a little longer." She revealed a smug smile. "I already said that if I die, you won't be able to do anything about it." As if she had really won something. Qin Yu frowned, not speaking. The woman curled her lips. "The one who is going to die is me, so I should be the one sad. Don't ruin my final good mood. The reason I called you here is to tell you what happened after I die. Don't hide anything and you won't be implicated." She finally opened her eyes. She lazily looked at Qin Yu for several breaths of time and waved her hand. Go. I want to rest." Qin Yu smiled. "All right. I'll come see you later." He turned and left. The woman was stunned for a moment. Then, she quietly sighed and closed her eyes. Madame Mulberry lightly said, "We are all women, so we won't keep any guests here. Tsong, see them off." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Does she still have a chance?" Madame Mulberry frowned. "We will naturally deal with Master Wei's injuries. There is no need for guests to worry about him." The young maid who had just walked out curled her lip. She forcefully suppressed her sobs as tears flowed down her cheeks. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "I haven't known Master Wei for long, but we can be considered to have gone through life and death situations together. If there is anything you need, I might be able to help." Madame Mulberry's complexion relaxed a little, but she still didn't say anything. She shook her head and was about to decline when the young maid suddenly said, "Madam, perhaps he has a way. I don't want the miss to die, I don't want to." The young maid's eyes turned red and she immediately began to cry, sobbing. It was a pitiful sight. Madame Mulberry wanted to scold her, but when she opened her mouth, she couldn't say anything. The young maid bowed. "Guest, my family's miss has suffered a bloodline backlash, and she cannot move at all. But there is no way in the camp to save her. If this continues, the miss, she won't be able to last past today." Qin Yu's complexion darkened. This woman, as he thought about the tyrannical and unparalleled strength she revealed in the wilderness, he couldn't help but sigh. Now, no matter how he looked at it, he still owed her a life. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu asked, "Is there a solution?" Madame Mulberry said in a low voice, "The miss's injuries can only be alleviated if she returns home. The key problem now is that her body can no longer withstand even a single transmission. The only way is to temporarily stabilize her injuries. Unfortunately, there is no way to accomplish this in the camp. Those alchemists in the camp that are always bragging about are all trash. They can't even refine the 9 Mystic Heavens pill. Big sister, that is the 9 Mystic Heavens pill, a top spirit pill. Not even an ordinary alchemy grandmaster can refine it. I don't care. In short, they are all trash. Those people outside are also trash. They have worked for so many years and yet they can't even find a single 9 Mystic Heavens pill. Madame Mulberry's complexion darkened. Enough, shut up. Her eyes swept over the last woman who spoke. She revealed a look of fear and quickly lowered her head. Qi knew, with Master Wei's current situation, only the 9 Mystic Heavens pill can save him. If you don't have a way, then leave as soon as possible. The meaning behind her words was clear. Leave as soon as possible and don't get in the way. Qi Yu had a thoughtful look. 9 Mystic Heavens pill. Madame Mulberry's expression froze. Do you have one? Or do you know where? The bun-faced maid and the surrounding girls all looked over at him. Qi Yu shook his head. That's not it. These words were infuriating. Why did you make such an expression? It was really annoying. Madame Mulberry took a deep breath. Song, send our guest off. Qi Yu lifted a hand. Wait a moment. Although I don't have a 9 Mystic Heavens pill and I don't know where I can find one, if you have the materials, perhaps I can try refining one. The bun-faced maid's eyes widened. She had an expression that said, What did you say? Did I hear wrong? 9 Mystic Heavens pill. That was the 9 Mystic Heavens pill. Although she had a low status, she had followed at the side of the miss since she was a child. She had been influenced by what she had seen and heard, so her horizons weren't low. She also had some understanding of the 9 Mystic Heavens pill. This was a top spirit pill of the 3 upper grades. No matter how serious one's injuries were, after swallowing it, one would be able to remain unharmed for 7 days. Qi Yu had said that ordinary alchemy grandmasters didn't have the confidence to refine one. In truth, these words weren't correct. To be more precise, an alchemy grandmaster had less than a 10% chance of successfully refining a pill. Only those extremely strong alchemy grandmaster amongst grandmasters would have a 30 to 50% chance of successfully refining a pill. Now, Qi Yu actually said that he could try refining one. This joke, wasn't it going too far? Madame Mulberry's complexion darkened. Qi Yu, I have treated you as Master Wei's guest, so I have tolerated you. You can leave now. Qi Yu's finger cut through space. A flame flashed, brilliant and dazzling. I am an alchemist, and I am not joking about this. If you are willing, I will give it a try. Otherwise, I will have done my best. Even if this woman dies, I won't feel like I owe her anything. There was a heavy silence. Madame Mulberry had a dignified expression. That void fire just now was an essential alchemy skill, but when Qi Yu used it, it seemed as smooth as flowing water. Just this point alone was enough to determine that he was an alchemist. Did he really have the confidence to refine the 9 Mystic Heavens pill? Although reason told her that this was impossible, Master Wei's life hung on the line. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, she still couldn't miss it. Madame Mulberry clenched her teeth. We only have 3 sets of materials for the 9 Mystic Heavens pill. Qi Yu thought for a moment and nodded. That should be enough. Madame Mulberry relaxed. Qi Yu's calm demeanor gave her a bit more confidence. But his next words nearly caused her to turn hostile. I will have to trouble you to give me the pill recipe and refining method for the 9 Mystic Heavens pill. What did he mean? What did he mean? He didn't even know the pill recipe and yet, he dared to say that he could refine the 9 Mystic Heavens pill? Chapter 289. The in-speed was much faster than Qi Yu expected. The pill formula and 3 sets of materials sealed in metal boxes were delivered to him within an hour. After carefully reading through the pill recipe and looking over the refining steps and techniques, Qi Yu finally gained some understanding of the 9 Mystic Heavens pill. It was no wonder that the group of women had looked at him with shock and doubt when he said he was going to forge the pill. silently calculating, even if he used his full strength, the probability of success was only 1 in 10, perhaps even lower. If one added in the steps of adapting to the alchemy, all 3 sets of materials would turn to waste. It would be impossible to see even the shadow of the 9 mystic heavens pill. Luckily, when it came to alchemy, he had never relied on himself. If the little blue lamp was counted in, then there should be a chance. He opened the first metal box. This box was the same as the one he used to exchange for the primary pill collection. From this, it could be seen how precious the materials within were. Of course, with the preciousness of the 9 mystic heavens pill, even an idiot would know that the materials required to refine it were definitely extremely valuable. There were 7 main materials, 13 supplementary materials, and 18 types of fire, transfer, and pill condensation. There were a total of 38 materials. After opening the box, a rich spiritual aura assailed his nostrils. Just one breath of it made him feel refreshed. After carefully looking over everything and making sure that all the materials were intact, Qin Yu took a deep breath. He turned and said, "I will begin refining the pill now. During this time, no matter what happens, do not disturb me." The bun-faced maid watched as Qin Yu closed the door behind him. Her pale face was filled with sorrow and tears nearly flowed down her cheeks. A person who didn't even know the pill formula started to refine pills after reading it a few times. How could there be such a thing in this world? You should at least try to figure it out a little more and give me some confidence. Originally, the little maid had been hiding a final bit of hope in her heart. But now she had completely given up. He turned to look at the backyard of the inn. His mother and the others had already thought of a way to save the young miss. He wondered how she was doing now. At this time, she wasn't in front of the miss and instead ran over to watch Qin Yu refine pills. She was really stupid. In the chamber, Qin Yu swept out with his divine sense. He didn't sense anything wrong. He flicked his sleeves and took out the fleeting flame furnace. This pill furnace came from Songmangzi. Even now, Qin Yu still hadn't been able to completely see through it. It was of an extraordinary grade. In addition, it had followed Qin Yu for a long time and he had used it the most. Now, it was the best choice to refine the 9 mystic heavens pill. Even with the little blue lamp in hand, Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless. This was his first time refining a pill of this level, so he had to fully utilize his own advantages. His fingers streaked across the air, and a flame appeared out of thin air, falling into the cauldron and activating the formation within the cauldron. The cauldron absorbed the spiritual energy of the world and turned it into a blazing flame. Qin Yu opened the metal box and took out the first material. With a shake of his hand, he sent it into the fleeting flame furnace. If other alchemists were to learn that Qin Yu had started refining the pill recipe as soon as he obtained it, they would surely stomp their feet in anger. It was just like how the bun-faced maid had despaired before. Only if one's Tao of alchemy far surpassed the level of the pill they were refining could they rely on their superb skills and experience to directly start refining. If it was a pill that corresponded to one's own grade or even exceeded the grade of the pill, even if the success rate was disregarded, one would have to carefully consider it, analyze it again and again, and even simulate the refinement process before one dared to start. Furthermore, it was a precious item like the 9 heavens profound pill. It wasn't that Qin Yu didn't know all of this. The key problem was that what he lacked the most right now was time. That woman had suffered a backlash, and might not be able to last past today. Thus, even if he knew that there was almost no chance of success if he hastily refined the pill, Qin Yu still had to start. This was because only by truly refining the pill could he familiarize himself with the process in the shortest possible time. Qin Yu was expressionless. His heart was calm without any waves. He formed law formulas with his hands, controlling the changes in the flames and pouring in the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Soon, the first main material completely dissolved. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and threw in the second material. This was a supplementary spirit plant. The refining process was simple. All he needed to do was fuse it with the first main material. The refinement proceeded smoothly. Through his divine sense, Qin Yu could clearly sense that the two materials had already begun to fuse together. He lifted a hand and grabbed the third pill. Once the fusion was complete, he would throw it into the fleeting flame furnace. But at this time there was a dull thumping sound. Qin Yu's fingers stiffened and his complexion paled. He withdrew his law formulas and extinguished the flames in the pill furnace. He opened the lid and faint traces of black smoke gushed out, accompanied by a burnt smell. The refinement had failed. This wasn't the time to condense the pill, nor was it the time to gather the materials. In fact, he hadn't even finished refining the materials. He had failed with the second material. Although he knew that refining the 9 mystic heavens pill wouldn't be easy, this failure was still outside of Qin Yu's expectations. In particular, when he thought there was no problem at all and everything was within his control, this failure was especially heavy. He frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he took out a pile of black waste and carefully poured it to the side. To other cultivators, materials that failed in the refinement were completely useless, but with the little blue lamp in hand, Qin Yu still had a chance to reuse them. He continued to refine. He took out the second material and soon arrived at the same second step as before. Qin Yu's divine sense completely erupted as he sensed the slightest reaction within the alchemy furnace. As he thought, as the materials began to fuse together, a faint and extremely weak rejection reaction appeared. But this wasn't because the medicinal properties didn't match, but because they were fusing too quickly. The first 2 materials of the 9 mystic heavens pill were the main and auxiliary materials. They formed the foundation of the pill. Thus, the medicinal properties of the 2 spirit plants completely attracted each other and complemented each other. Once they met, they would fuse together in the shortest possible time. But this sort of rapid fusion would cause the medicinal properties of the 2 spirit plants to be unable to completely fuse together. Instead, there would be a gap between them that would repel each other, ultimately leading to failure. Qin Yu realized this. He rapidly formed law formulas with his hands, slowing down the influx of heaven and earth spiritual strength and interfering with the fusing speed of the 2 materials. In a situation where the fusion was slowed by half, they finally fused together perfectly. As he thought, there was a reason why the 9 mystic heavens pill was so difficult to refine. Just the fusion of the second material had an extremely high requirement on the alchemist's divine sense. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sense the reason and would only continue to fail. There was no time to be happy. The third material was about to be added, and there were still 35 more to come. Qin Yu's expression became increasingly dignified. There were only 3 materials, and he only had a day's time. As for whether or not he could complete the refinement, the last bit of confidence he had in his heart had faded by a great deal. The bun-faced maid propped up her chin with her hands, staring at the closed door in a daze. Qin Yu had already been inside for over 6 hours. She had no idea what the current situation was. Perhaps the fact that he hadn't come out yet was the best result. The skies gradually darkened. Today's night was incomparably deep and gloomy, as if countless drops of ink had condensed together. Just looking at it made one feel an inexplicable chill in their hearts. The bun-faced maid shivered. She quickly lowered her head. She felt that this night was too ominous, and she absolutely didn't want to look at it again. The miss would be fine, she would definitely be fine. She silently prayed in her heart, over and over again. Her thoughts were a bit hazy. After a moment, she heard the cry of a bird in her ears. It was Big Sister Bitterflower's thrush. This little bird had recently gone into heat. Every morning before the sun rose, it would let out a loud cry that annoyed her to death. When she woke up, she had to have the miss speak to Big Sister Bitterflower and have her tie up this bird's beak. Miss, the bun-faced maid shivered. She sat up straight and looked up in panic. She could see that the sky was beginning to brighten. She forcefully pinched her chubby cheeks and felt a burst of pain. This wasn't a dream, it really was daybreak. The bun-faced maid curled her lips and nearly cried. She had fallen asleep, she had actually fallen asleep. At this time, the miss was unconscious and on the verge of death. She wished that she could kill herself. She quickly stood up and walked to the door. The aura of a spell spread out from within. It was clear that Qin Yu hadn't come out yet. The bun-faced maid relaxed a little. Then, she began to panic. Why hadn't he come out yet? At this time, the sound of crying echoed out from the inn's rear courtyard. Because it was far away, she couldn't hear it clearly. The bun-faced maid's face instantly paled. Miss! Schwa, tears instantly streamed down her face. She turned and ran away. As for Qin Yu, she shouldn't have believed him to begin with. She had wasted her last night to accompany the miss. Miss, hold on a little longer, wait for me to come over. No, 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 miss, don't die. All sorts of thoughts raced through her mind. The young maid's crying became even more turbulent. She arrived at the miss courtyard. As she thought, the crying came from within. The young maid's legs weakened and she nearly fell to the ground. Miss! With a sorrowful cry, she rushed into the room. As she saw the ruddy and smiling miss lying on the bed, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before being overjoyed. Miss, you're fine. That's great, that's great. She turned and bowed again and again. Thank you, mother, thank you, big sisters, for saving my family's miss. Madame Mulberry and the group of mournful women around her stiffened, a look of unwillingness in their eyes. The woman laughed and scolded. What poor eyesight! If it weren't for you serving me since you were a child, I would have already replaced you. She waved her hand and pulled the dazed young maid to her side. She turned and said, Auntie Hong, I'll have to ask you to take care of little Tsong Tsong from now on. She is stupid, lazy, and gluttonous. In the future, you have to find someone with a good temper and a good family background for her. Otherwise, I fear she will starve to death. Madame Mulberry's eyes reddened. She squeezed out a smile. Master Wei, rest assured that Tsong Tsong will be my daughter in the future. Master Wei, we will also take care of Tsong Tsong. Don't worry. Master Wei, I can't bear to part with you. The redness on the young maid's face faded away. Her pale eyes widened. Little, miss, the woman rewarded her with a sugar-roasted chestnut. She laughed and scolded. Little your ass. Your chest is already so big and you call it little? Are you mocking me? A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She pursed her lips and said, From now on, listen to Auntie Hong. Don't run around by yourself, do you hear me? Chapter 290. With a light creaking sound, the door opened from the inside. Qin Yu's face was tired and his eyes were bloodshot. The bun-faced maid was no longer there. He could faintly hear sobbing in his ears. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Don't die, bang, the ground shook. Qin Yu shot up into the skies like a cannonball, heading straight for the source of the sobbing. In the courtyard, a group of women stared with wide eyes at the multicolored lights that surged in the air. The spells of the inn had been completely triggered. Just who was it that couldn't think straight? Did they want to be buried with Master Wei? Looking at the situation, they really were heading straight for this place. The door suddenly opened. Auntie Hong's face darkened. Who dares to break into my inn's backyard? How insolent! Her voice billowed like an invisible tide. This beautiful mulberry actually had such a powerful cultivation. In the skies above the courtyard, the multicolored spells shattered. Qin Yu fell to the ground, stumbling and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Auntie Hong had already learned from Tsong Tsong that it was hopeless to refine pills, so she no longer cared about Qin Yu. Her previous patients became even uglier. She coldly said, Qin Yu, I will consider you as Master Wei's graciousness, so I won't bother with you for breaking into my inn's backyard. Leave immediately. Qin Yu wiped the corners of his mouth and nodded. I do need to rest. I'll give this pill to that woman. I hope I can make it in time. He opened his hand, revealing a pill in his palm. Beneath the pale morning light, it shimmered with a brilliant light. Auntie Hong lost her voice. 9 Mystic Heavens pill. Her eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Qin Yu coughed. Hurry up, otherwise that woman really will die. Pooey. Even if you die, I won't die. A hand reached out and grabbed the pill. She swallowed it, frowned for a moment, and then curled her lips beneath everyone's nervous eyes. It's just SOSO. The medicinal effects aren't as good as the ones I ate before. Not as good as the ones before? In other words, this 9 Mystic Heavens pill was really effective? Auntie Hong's eyes widened, joy written all over her face. As for the bun-faced woman, her eyes rolled back in her head. Before she could catch her breath, she slumped to the ground. Qin Yu sneered. If you think it's not good, then spit it out. I don't want to give it to you. The woman looked him up and down. You didn't want to give me anything to eat, and yet you ran away so quickly. Luckily Auntie Hong didn't manage the spell today, otherwise you would have already died. Her face was filled with ridicule and pride. But after a moment, she revealed a look of vigilance. Qin Yu, don't have any improper thoughts towards me. It's impossible for us to be together. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and left. You think too much. The woman stomped her feet and cursed. In the end, Qin Yu wasn't able to directly leave. His current condition was far worse than when he first arrived. He could only see 2 shadows in front of him. The only reason he hadn't fainted was because he was stubbornly holding on. But stubbornly holding on could only last for a while, so when he turned the corner and saw a patch of soft grass, he sat down comfortably and sighed. He lay down on his back, and when his head touched the grass, he fell asleep. A moment later, Auntie Hong sent the miss away. As she turned, she saw the snoring Qin Yu. She was startled for a moment before her eyes softened. She waved her hand and said, "Carry Mr. Qin back to his room to rest." A group of women hurriedly lifted Qin Yu up. Their fingers inadvertently traced his body, and their eyes brightened. They couldn't tell that this boy was so thin, but his body was actually quite meaty. Auntie Hong walked in front. She coughed and said, "All right, pay attention to your table manners. When Mr. Qin wakes up, if he is willing, there will be a chance for you to serve him in bed." When Qin Yu woke up, he was lying down on a warm and soft bed. A light fragrance lingered around his breath. This smell was a bit strange, but it was truly pleasant. He couldn't help but take several deep breaths before opening his eyes. At this time, the door was pushed open. A bun-faced maid carrying a basin of water walked in with a look of pleasant surprise. "Mr. Qin, you've woken up." Qin Yu smiled. "Where is your miss?" The maid put down the basin and knelt on the ground. Reporting to Mr. The miss has already returned home to recuperate. She paused for a moment and then earnestly said, "This servant Song Song wishes to thank Mr. Qin for saving her life on behalf of my miss. In the future, if you have any orders, this servant will obey them." A charming laughter came from outside the door. "Song Song, you little hussy, this big sister knows that you can't be relied on. We haven't even started yet and you've already started." A woman with an enchanting figure and charming eyebrows stepped in. Her eyes were like soft water, charming and charming. The maid flushed red. "Big Sister Peony, don't speak nonsense." "I didn't." "You still say you didn't?" "You'll agree to any order. Isn't this hint obvious enough?" Peony continued to tease her. But as she saw the maid's face turn even redder, as if she were about to cry, she no longer teased her. She turned and bowed. "Peony greets Mr. Qin." Qin Yu bowed in return. "Miss Peony, how are you? Is this the inn?" Peony smiled and nodded. "In order to save Master Wei, Mr. Qin has spent too much energy and has already slept for 3 days and 3 nights. If he hadn't woken up, Auntie Hong would have called for a doctor." Qin Yu shook his head. "I'm fine now." He turned around and left the bed. "I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll bid my farewells here." Peony hurriedly said, "Mr. Qin, please wait a moment." Qin Yu frowned. Peony respectfully said, Auntie Hong has ordered that after Mr. Qin wakes up, she must personally thank you. Moreover, there are some matters that she hopes to discuss with Mr. Qin. Auntie Hong said that this would also be beneficial to Mr. Qin. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Then, let me wash up first. Peony covered her mouth and smiled. Song, why aren't you helping Mr. Qin clean up? She bowed. I will wait outside for Mr. Qin. Song lowered her head, nearly turning into an ostrich. But this appearance only made her chest seem even more astonishing. Qin Yu coughed several times and turned his head, allowing her to help him tidy up. He pushed open the door and left. Peony bowed and led the way. They soon arrived at a quiet courtyard where Auntie Hong was already waiting outside. I greet Mr. Qin. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Auntie Hong is too polite. Mr. Qin, please. When they entered the courtyard, Peony poured some tea and left. There were only the two of them in the hall. Auntie Hong smiled. Mr. Qin is quick-witted, so I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Qin Yu nodded. Auntie Hong, please speak. Auntie Hong had a serious expression. The inn hopes that we can cooperate with Mr. Qin. We will provide the materials and you will refine the pills. Of course, since Mr. Qin saved Master Wei, you are an honored guest of my inn. I will certainly give you an extremely generous reward. This time, it really surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. He thought that the reason Auntie Hong ordered people to keep him here was because she hoped that he would refine some more pills. After all, the success of the 9 Mystic Heavens pill was enough to demonstrate Qin Yu's formidable alchemy strength. But now it seemed that his thoughts had been too simple. As for this Auntie Hong in front of him, as well as the inn he was in, they weren't simple at all. In truth, Auntie Hong's proposal was incomparably in line with Qin Yu's current needs. But he wasn't in a hurry to agree. He thought for a moment and said, Auntie Hong's words leave me a bit confused. Auntie Hong was an astute person. From these words, she could tell that Qin Yu had no intention of refusing. Her smile immediately brightened. It was my mistake. I didn't clearly explain things to Mr. Qin. Our inn is a place of pleasure, but the truth is that we do all sorts of alchemy materials. Within the entire beast hunting battalion, we are responsible for purchasing most of the materials that the beast hunters have. Everything else wasn't important. With just these words, it was clear just how strong the inn was. What sort of place was the beast hunting battalion? It was a group of people that spent their days hunting monster beasts and living a life of licking blood off the edge of a blade. Did they really expect to be approachable? To be able to purchase a massive amount of materials here and also do business that didn't require any capital, one didn't need to be an idiot to know just how fierce the inn was. Qin Yu didn't consider it for too long before nodding. The inn's request was simply too good. He had no leeway to refuse. As long as he could begin to refine pills in bulk, then with the little blue lamp's assistance, Qin Yu's cultivation would rise once more. Auntie Hong was all smiles. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Qin from now on. The inn's agreement with Qin Yu was that the overall pill success rate was 40%. Although this wasn't a low requirement, with Mr. Qin's alchemy strength that surpassed a grandmaster, he would still be able to earn a considerable amount of profit. After all, the amount of materials that the inn received was astonishing. Unfortunately, what Auntie Hong didn't know was that Qin Yu had the little blue lamp in his hands. Waste materials could be reused, and the actual success rate of pills would far surpass her imagination. But on the other hand, what Auntie Hong asked for wasn't for Qin Yu to help her refine more pills. After all, the inn was a chain of businesses. Over the years, there had been a considerable number of alchemy masters recruited. What she truly valued was Qin Yu's alchemy strength. As long as the two of them cooperated happily, it wasn't impossible to ask him to refine some extremely difficult pills in the future. Moreover, with an extreme alchemy master joining them, The hidden benefits that the inn could gather from all aspects would be incomparably astonishing. Of course, from Auntie Hong's point of view, the inn would provide additional compensation. They couldn't let Mr. Qin work for nothing. For instance, with Mr. Qin's status, he would naturally provide some benefits to the inn. For instance, at this time, as Qin Yu was bathing, the door was pushed open. 2 young women covered in light gauze walked in with blushing faces. Their exquisite bodies and their hidden places were faintly discernible beneath the gauze. The temptation was so great that it broke through the heavens. "We will help Mr. bathe." As he was stunned, the 2 women bowed and walked towards the bathtub. Qin Yu was startled. He quickly waved his hand. No need, I'm fine by myself." The 2 women stopped. They had bitter expressions. "Mr. doesn't like us sisters?" As they approached, it was only upon closer inspection that he discovered that the 2 of them looked exactly the same. It was just that the one on the left had a slightly larger chest. As for why he could see, what nonsense. With such a thin layer of gauze, it was as if they weren't wearing any clothes. Only a blind person wouldn't be able to see them. Qin Yu turned around. "It's not that you 2 aren't good, but that my body is currently injured. If there isn't anything else, please return." The 2 women glanced at each other and said, "We sisters will be waiting outside. If Mr. needs us, please call us at any time." These words were clearly giving him a chance to change his mind. If he was too embarrassed to refuse, he could still call them back. These words were like a kitten's paw gently scratching at his heart, making him feel an unbearable itch. Hearing the door close, Qin Yu let out a long breath. He bitterly smiled. He didn't need to think to know that this was definitely Auntie Hong's methods. She had even used a honey trap, and it was the legendary twin swallows, cough cough. But thinking about it, this also showed how much she valued their cooperation. This was good. As long as everyone sincerely cooperated, they would each take what they needed. When he obtained the cultivation pills, he wouldn't let the inn suffer a loss. He tried to think about these serious matters so that his mind could forget about the unserious matters. But there were always 2 gauze swaying in his mind, making it impossible for him to fully concentrate. After a long time, Qin Yu sighed. He stepped out of the bathtub and turned on the cold water valve. In an exquisite and luxurious hall, a white-dressed woman leaned against a window. Sunlight sprinkled down on her body, and a light breeze lifted the hem of her skirt. It seemed as if she would float away in the next moment. However, a hateful gauze covered most of her face. One could only imagine how beautiful she was. A maid lowered her head and quietly walked in. "Miss, there is a message jade slip from the Southern Overwatch Pass."